Okay. This is the Common Council meeting to be held Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 at 7 p.m. We are starting at 7:05 p.m. This meeting is called to order. Would you please call the roll?
Alderperson Collins.
Present.
Alderperson Bailey.
Present.
Alderperson Kastner.
Present.
Alderperson Akers.
Present.
Alderperson Sarian.
Present.
Item B is opening prayer. We have Pastor Rogers here this evening.
Thank you so much for addressing all of you and for all you said. Your kindness and your
And thank you. If you would please join me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're wearing a hat, I would ask that you remove it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving along, item D, I'd entertain a motion to approve the June 21st, 2022 Common Council minutes.
Motion to approve.
Motion by
I'll
Alderperson
second.
Akers, second by Alderperson Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Under item E, I'm going to forego my mayor's report. Alderperson Collins, sometimes we do things redundantly. She sits on our Park and Rec Board. Did you want to go through your things?
Yes, just one thing I wanted to say, the concerts in the park that have been going on so far have been going very well. And I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention something I found out today that is going to happen, and this is going to be in September, Saturday, September 10th. And just because people have busy calendars, I just wanted to bring this up now. This is going to be in conjunction with Greendale. It's happening in downtown Greendale. And it's going to be a tribute for fallen officer, Milwaukee officer Matthew Rittner. And it starts at 10:15 or at 10 o'clock to noon, 10:15 to 11. They are going to have a cover band, which is what is the name? I'm sorry. Eric Look Band. And they're going to have a different lead singer this year in it. They usually have this Fox 6 reporter that sings in it, but they're going to have a different person. They're playing from 10:15 to 11, but at 11 o'clock, the band had written a song with regards to Matthew Rittner. Matthew Rittner, he was a Milwaukee, with the Milwaukee Police Department, but he did go to Greenfield High School. He did go to the Greenfield schools. And actually, my niece was actually on the team the day that he was shot. She's a paramedic, and she was there trying to save his life. Also, they will be playing the song. After that song is played, we're going to have one of our canine dogs there, as well as the city of Franklin is having their dog there. And I believe we're having one of our therapy dogs there also. And they're going to be doing demonstrations there until noon. And it's going to be in downtown downtown Greendale in front of Annie's Bakery, which is a dog bakery. So it's really fun. I've been there. They've been doing this for the last few years, and it's really a fun day. So if you can make it, make it. Thank you.
Yeah, so Matthew was one of our very own. He was part of Greenfield Little League. Many of the employees that work here actually played Little League with him. He was a pretty big part of our community growing up. So that's September 10th. Please look for that. We encourage you to go. Right? Anything else? There was a concert last Friday. There was supposed to be a concert at Conkle Park last Friday night. One of our big concert series. Unfortunately, the weather didn't cooperate. I'm not sure. We're working on trying to get that rescheduled for later in this summer or in the fall. But if nothing else, it's going to be next year. They've agreed to come back next year. So that being said, Any other announcements from anybody? Alderperson Bailey?
Yeah, I just wanted to inform everybody that the Tree Commission will have a booth at the Farmers Market, which is on Sundays from 10 to 2. And there will be a butterfly exhibit that is hosted by our city forester to promote our butterfly habitat that we're promoting in our city.
I had one thing too. We had the.
Could you make sure your mic's
It is on.
It is.
It is on. That fireworks were well attended, even though we had to reschedule those.
Yeah.
The fireworks, something happened with the grand finale that we're still trying to figure out,
Yeah.
truthfully.
We noticed
So
that it was a
we-
little lacking there.
I was a little disappointed in the finale, the lack of a grand finale.
Well, there's a
Didn't
nice big
happen.
fire on the ground. I don't know
There,
about
well, you
that.
don't want to, I don't know what that was about. So ours were still longer by 10 or 15 minutes than Greendale's, and on Facebook apparently we're better received, which is all that's important to me. Just kidding, that's a joke, sorry, sort of.
Not really.
This is your first common council meeting, Alderperson Bailey's tree commission report is usually the highlight of the evening, so. All right.
I know you're fascinated by the
I am.
trees that we're trying to
Former member of,
reinstall in our city right away.
as a former member of the tree commission, I share Mr. Bailey's passion for trees. Okay. Citizen commentary. So there's a list here of people that wanted to speak. I see the first three are Lewis, Zazansky, and Hart, and Mikulski. You wanted to speak, I think, on the pink slip, right? You don't, okay. I have Rich, Bart, did you want to speak on any of the public hearing items, or did you want to speak? You're welcome to come up then. So just know that under the citizen commentary portion of the agenda, the council is not, we can't engage with you, right? So you can't say, well, what do you think about that? What do you think, it's your comments and they get placed into the record. If there's something that requires an answer, the appropriate staff person or me or one of them will get in touch with you tomorrow probably.
All right, my name's, just down the street. The karate studio, and also within the subdivision. At the corner of 87th and 4th, we have no signs depicting stop signs, divided highway, speed limits, no trucks, just an array of different signs there, and the traffic pattern there ignores just about everything. From the people that are patrons to KinderCare, they have a no right turn into the subdivision, and they ignore that. Large trucks that are over the 3-ton limit, they come through. People that are coming in from Layton, instead of taking 92nd Street, they'll cut through the subdivision. And I understand that they're public roads, and I understand that they have a right to be there, but we have a subdivision of 50 homes. And in those homes, there are now currently at least a half a dozen of them that are walking newborns in baby carriages. Now, I'm a grandfather, so I walk my grandchildren around. I walk my dog around there. And with my dog, fortunately, I haven't been hit, but it's been close to it at least 3 times with people cutting through and speeding through the subdivision. Even at KinderCare, they have the no right turn onto 87th Street, and they understand that. They ignore it on times with their own buses. But now what they've done is instead of coming out on 87th Street, they'll go out onto Forest Home Avenue and then turn onto 87th Street to cut through the neighborhood. So are they legal? Yes, but the spirit of law is being ignored. So I have a couple of proposals that I would like the city to consider, and they both require 87th Street to become a dead-end road for traffic. I know that there's manhole covers in there, and that could be taken care of without any change to any of this infrastructure to the roads or anything. But if that were made so that there was maybe a 20 or 25-foot lawn barrier with reflector signs and then a path that would allow people to walk or ride their bicycles, this would deter any of this traffic that would continue to go through the subdivision. There are still ample entrances and exits to the subdivision off of Woodlawn and Dozy and Melody. This would curtail all this traffic that is using us as a thoroughfare. The other thing is, if the city doesn't think that that would be something that they would be interested in, I'd be willing to purchase that from them, from the city, to make that part of my tax structure, just so that it wouldn't be a thoroughfare anymore. And if that's something that can be open for discussion at a later date, I would greatly appreciate that. I can be in touch with the engineers here, or the mayor, or my alderman. However you want me to talk to somebody about that, I would greatly appreciate it. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is of grave importance, a lot more than the traffic going through my subdivision. County Executive David Crowley has got $19 million for mixed affordable housing through the suburbs of Milwaukee. That includes Greenfield. Mr. Crowley was quoted to say, "The bill marks just one step toward greater equity." Now, I am not opposed to anyone living in Greenfield. What I am opposed, though, is to have lower income housing mixed with housing that people had to work hard for, and then when that occurs, the property values decrease. And I'm not interested in the city of Greenfield having its property values decrease. The city of Greenfield has worked very hard, all of you have worked very hard to make this a sound community. And we welcome everyone, but this mixed affordable housing is difficult to swallow. There is nothing equal about people working hard to earn their place of residence, and then the next door neighbor, they get it for free. That's not equity. And I would hope that the city of Greenfield takes this all into consideration when these proposals come to the city of Greenfield. Thank you.
Okay, just lost my agenda, so please bear with me.
That was the only citizen commentary that's actually going to speak?
The next person was Jerry Ramos with regard, that's an item on the agenda though, right?
No, I want to say thank you also to the city.
Okay, all right.
I am Jerry Ramos. I'm the architect for 4969, but my citizen commentary will be regarding our Philippine Cultural and Civic Center at the Sablaki Pavilion. We have a close partnership with the City of Greenfield, and we would like to thank the city for partnering with us. We have a backpack day, and on August 27, we have a health fair. And on those, the City of Greenfield Police and Fire Department are there to educate the children. And the children love seeing them there. So I'd just like to express my thanks to the City of Greenfield for what they're doing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, I have somebody at 40. Kurt Hart, are you here for the Forest Home item, or are you here? The Forest. Okay, and then I have a Richard, 9115 South North Botsford. Are you here for? I am here. For both? Okay. And that's the last person I have. Anybody else?
Okay.
Did I miss?
I'd like to say that I think Greenfield has been doing a wonderful job in terms of the community, and I want my to say that my hat's off to the Greenfield Police Department for keeping our streets active and safe. The reason being is they seem to go after stolen cars or whatever and continue to chase them down, as I feel that that should be done. I think as a result of what they have done in the past, we have had a whole lot less of that dangerous situation coming through our community. So I wanted to say thanks to the police department, and my hats are off to them and you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, just following up, and I know I'm not supposed to talk during citizen commentary, and I apologize to all of you, but the officer that was involved in a chase, you may have recalled, and was shot, has returned to duty. So when you're the mayor, or you're an alderperson, or you're the police chief, and you get that call, and you watch maybe some body cam video and some of the other things that maybe the general public doesn't get to see, it really does have a huge impact on your life. I really do appreciate those comments. I'll make sure that those comments are in the minutes of this meeting. Our police department does look at that stuff, and they really do appreciate the support. So thank you very much for those comments. And thank you for all the prayers that were out there for our officer. It was not a great situation. Okay. All right. Any other want to speak for citizen commentary this evening? Okay. You're going to have to stand, give your name and your address, and we'll try to keep the comments relatively brief.
I'm Carrie Kegley, and I live at 9099 West Botsford.
Are you here to talk
for
about
the development on 92nd?
So there's a pink sheet here that you probably missed. If you
I did. I was late.
That's
I got
okay.
here as soon as I could.
Usually late too, but for these I'm usually early. So there's pink slips right there.
Okay.
If you could fill that out, if the person next to you
So
also
then I
has
should
a
remain
comment.
seated and fill that out?
If she wants to, so you can publicly speak for or against, or you can just register for or against, or you can register to ask a question.
Okay.
So those are the pink slips. If you fill those out, when we get to that public hearing,
Okay.
you will be called, and I'll try to figure out who's who. And
Okay.
Right? That makes sense? Okay, so let's move along to item I, public hearings. I-1 is a public hearing on a special use permit for Vape City Tobacco in Greenfield, a proposed tobacco and CBD retailer to be located at 4969 South 27th Street, submitted by Rahid Adel Ashton, doing business as VCT on 27th Street LLC. This would include improving a resolution for a special use permit, as well as approving a site plan review for the building. Andrew?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Just one quick. There's 6 of these public hearings. What ends up happening, I do what I just did. He'll go through it, right? If anybody's registered to speak, they'll speak. Then they'll close the public hearing, and then they'll vote. Well, some of these should go relatively quickly.
Thanks. The applicant is proposing to go into the new construction that's next to the existing Paul's Wine and Liquor Store on South 27th Street. The new construction building was designed to be able to accommodate up to 3 tenants. The applicant is proposing to occupy the entire store, which is about 3,900 square feet. The property is zoned C2, which does require a special use permit for the tobacco store and the CBD use. The applicant was originally requesting to operate 24/7, with their second preference being 24/7 with security on site from midnight until 6 a.m. Their third preference was to be open from 6 a.m. until 12 midnight. The staff recommendation was 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. If this were approved. Those hours are in line with other tobacco and CBD stores within the city to have that 10 o'clock p.m. Deadline for the store. They aren't proposing any new improvements to the site beyond what was already approved last year by the Plan Commission and Common Council. So it is the use to occupy the entire store with the new construction as the plans were approved. The Plan Commission recommended denial of the special use permit at the June 14th meeting. So far, we've not received any letters of objection to date.
Is there anyone registered to speak for, against, or informational purposes regarding this item? Does anyone want, Mr. Bartz, did you fill out this? Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if you, that was, okay, come on up. Speaking against. This is Richard Bartz, 8700 West Forest Home Avenue. Did anyone else register to speak or want to speak? Mr. Bartz.
Thank you. I'm here to speak to you about this CBD store and any others that are coming up. The city of Greenfield currently has no less than 4 of these stores already in our community. And in the surrounding communities, there's at least 7 more. I don't need to tell you the problems that we have with our children and all the information that is given to us about vaping and tobacco use and things of that nature. And I don't think, this is just my opinion, but the city of Greenfield is better than that. I don't want to oppose any new business in the city. I live right on the edge of the business district, and I welcome Cho's come in, and I work part-time at Ann's greenhouse across the street from me. So I welcome the businesses that come in, but some businesses can be a deterrent to the community and to its constituents. And I am opposed to having CBD stores more than what we already have. It seems as though we're getting inundated with these because it is, I don't want to say an easy buck, because no job is an easy job, but people seem to get attracted to these things. And I don't think our community needs to be a part of promoting that type of attraction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for, against, or for informational purposes? I have to ask twice. Is there anyone else that would like to speak for, against, or for informational purposes? Mr. Ramos? You're here on behalf of the applicant.
Yeah. I'm Jerry Ramos. I'm the architect, Ramos and Associates. I did the Pulse Liquor, and so we're trying to match the beautiful building for that, for the Vape City. And unfortunately, Mr. Raidat's son is not feeling well, and he's being tested for coronavirus. So he asked me to represent him here now. So in the request, we're following up the recommendation of the Community Development and Zoning for approval of the special use permit and the site plan review. Regarding the signage or the hours of operation, based on my discussion with the client, they're willing to end at 10 p.m. and hopefully request for a 6 a.m. instead of the 4 that were listed by Andrew. So he's amenable to stopping his operations at 10 p.m. So, and also for the signage, we're allowed only 2. So we're eliminating the signage that's shown on the screen right now, showing 1 signage, the Vape City tobacco outlet. We're taking that out. That shows the signage. 1 signage is Vape City. Instead of spelling the letters, we're showing the logo. So what we're trying to do is the logo will represent Vape City and tobacco outlet. So Andrew, please show the front elevation. Oh, the front elevation is above. So now what we're recommending or requesting that to be approved is the one shown on the front elevation or the east elevation, showing the signage of Vape City represented by the logo and tobacco outlet as 1 signage. And the second signage is repeating the logo on the pediment, just so architecturally it will look pleasing. Okay, so hopefully that will satisfy the 2 signage requirement. So I guess that's it. So
Okay, great, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for, against, informational purposes? With that, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public
By
hearing.
Alderperson Akers to close. Is there a second? Second by
Second.
Alderperson Kastner. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Does the council wish to take any action with regard to item I1a, approving a resolution for the special use permit as proposed? I'm guessing incorporating staff comments with regard to the hours of 8 to 10 as opposed to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I'll vote that we have it. I like how the building looks, and we have no
Okay,
other,
so at this point,
but changing the hours and with the,
so there's two things to do. The first is to approve the resolution with regard to allowing them to do the business that they want to. The
yes,
second part would be to approve the site plan, which includes some of the things that were talked about with regard to the business's actual signage and
with the
stuff.
sign, yes.
So right now, we're only talking about the use, the ability to do what they want to do, which is CBD and tobacco
Okay.
sales, which is the point of the public hearing.
Okay, we can't do them together. Okay.
Probably do one
I
at a
would, okay, approve the resolution for the special use permit for Vape City Tobacco in Greenfield for a tobacco and CBD retailer to be located at 4969 South 27th Street. I
Okay.
say we
So that's
approve.
good. Incorporating staff comments with regard to the hours? I'm
Yes.
guessing.
I'll second, I don't know what
Motion was made by
hours we're really
Collins, seconded by
talking about.
Kastner.
Hours are from 8 to 9, or what are the hours?
8 to 10.
To 10.
I thought he said 6 to
Well,
10.
8 to 10, right, Andrew?
Correct.
That's
yep,
going to
8
close
to
later
10.
than the liquor store next door to it?
Liquor stores close at 9.
Right.
Wouldn't
they
it make
open at
sense to keep
6, I
those
think.
together?
It's going to open differently too. I mean, I don't think the liquor store opens at 8 AM.
Liquor stores actually open earlier.
I love the ringtone. So clarity on hours of operation is all I'm looking for.
Do we know what the hours are for the liquor store?
I don't know what the hours for Paul's are.
Do you know?
Yeah, I know.
Well, then speak up.
He told me 6 to 9. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Which I think is the state statute that
Right.
controls hours of operation for liquor
For a
stores.
liquor store.
So
The
he was
building
asking
is an
for,
improvement over what was there.
So this
Definitely.
isn't the building that we're talking about. Right now, we're talking about what goes in the building.
Right.
The building's there, like just
Beautiful
the
job.
tenant that we're talking about.
Right. And the next item relates to, I think, mostly the signage on the building. The building's already been approved by this body to be, and it's
Right.
built.
And it's.
This is a
it's
tenant that's going into the space.
And it's much nicer than what was there.
Big time.
Building's awesome,
So-
already approved.
so if I can clarify, so were you saying 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. or 6 a.m.?
They're 8 to 10 is what the,
What were the
Presentations.
hours that you were asking for?
We could have it 6 to 10, but if condition is having 8 to 10, then you'll have to comply with what the city wants.
so the liquor store that's next door is open from 6 to 9.
So if we could have 6 to 10, that would be good.
Gas stations sell this stuff probably,
24 hours.
yeah.
24 hours, you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. That's what gas station, no, I'm saying that's what a gas station.
Could be operating at. I don't know, we don't have that many
So this is
24.
hookahs and stuff, right? Hookahs, like people go in and hookah, right? That's what it's about. So it's a little bit.
Do you
it's
know,
not-
sir?
Right.
He doesn't know.
It's my understanding that, this is designed for
It's a
hookahs and all of that
Mr.
stuff.
Mayor, they've indicated there won't be on-site smoking. There won't
It's
be.
not
That's
allowed.
what I
Consumption
thought.
on-site.
Yeah,
It will,
exact-
it will
it's a
not have
store.
the hookahs. Is that correct?
They may sell them, but they
Yeah,
won't
but
have
it's,
them in
it's
operation.
not a
Is it-
lounge.
They won't have any place for them to smoke or
Right,
So there won't be any smoking there.
Right.
It's not going to be allowed.
Initially, their proposal was to include that 24/7, right? Just saying.
I don't know.
If they've
They're
withdrawn
there
that.
now.
then
I don't know.
That happens
it's not
since.
there now. It's not a lounge.
No, it originally was anticipated to be a lounge, right?
Can I throw something out there? Let's go with 8 to 10 hours, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Can we live with that? Make her the motion and the second. I'm the second.
So the motion was made by Alderperson Collins, second by Alderperson Kastner. The hours of operations would be 8 to 10
8 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
every day?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's the special use, okay? All right. Motion was made and seconded. Would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Okay, so now we're getting to approve the site plan review for Vape City Tobacco. So the building is already built. It looks great. There's a parking lot. We don't have to do any of that stuff. The only thing that's really at issue right now is the signage.
Well, isn't the parking lot still gravel the last time, like this
So
morning?
the plan to improve the parking lot has already been approved. The curbs have already been poured. At some point, I think once a contractor can, it's a small job, I'm guessing. I think at some point, the asphalt will be placed. That's part of the process to have the
Opening,
asphalt.
obviously, occupancy permit would be held up without it. I'm getting nods over
Might
there,
have a
which don't
conditional,
come over
so
well to-
one of the issues that's happening today is that a lot of businesses can't get contractors to finish things. So we're issuing conditional occupancy with by a certain date, hoping that that whatever it is, we're not holding up occupancy until they can get an asphalt contractor or an electrical contractor, unless there's health or safety issues, right? So in this case, there would probably be conditional occupancy, right? But there is certainly a requirement that the asphalt be put in, consistent with the approved site and landscaping plan. What we're talking about now relates to the signage.
Right.
And as I understood it, there's no signage on the south elevation of the building anymore, right? None? None on homes, which is,
Right.
so I can't hear you because I'm getting old. If you can go to the microphone with regard to the signage.
We're eliminating the signage along Holmes Avenue,
Okay. And
So
do you-
we're just trying to keep the signage on the South 27th Street, which is the east. Okay.
And is that consistent with the elevation that you saw there? Is that what staff recommended?
Well, Plan Commission recommended they stay with 2 wall signs, which is what would be allowed by the sign code. That was Plan
So
Commission's.
do you have a picture of that, what that is?
Well, it wouldn't be, so right, I mean.
So that one's not
this,
gonna be
they're
there.
showing 3 signs on 27th, and Plan Commission wanted them to stay with 2 wall signs.
So right now, on the east elevation, on the upper level of the drawing, we're showing the logo, which represents Vape City Tobacco Outlet. That's what we're saying. The name of the building is Vape City Tobacco Outlet. So that's one sign, except that it's separated. And then we'll have to duplicate, we're trying to duplicate the logo on the other pediment so that it will look balanced, it will look architecturally pleasing. So that's our request.
So so there is nothing on the south elevation, which is what the building, right?
Right.
And then on the east elevation, staff is recommending 2 signs?
2 signs are allowed by the sign code. That's what Plan Commission recommended.
Okay. So the council could allow 3 signs, which would include whatever it is in the middle there and the 2 things over the doors.
Well, it looks like it's logos over the doors, which makes it more symmetrical, but it would also be nice, I think, for them to have their name on there. And it doesn't look like over the doors you can,
So is there only one
all 3
entrance?
doors.
Is there one
okay.
entrance? Is there one entrance to the building?
Are you gonna,
Is there one entrance to the building or all 3 doors open?
They're going to be using just one. Maybe in the opening, they'll open it 3, but for normal operations, they'll be using only one.
The center door?
No, the one on the end, by the pediment. So that's where the cashier is.
So you
that's
could
where the
potentially
entrance will be.
have the name of the business in the center and the logo over the door that they enter?
I think it might look funny, you know,
Yeah.
personally,
So,
the way the building
Was
is
the
laid
name of this
out.
place originally Tobacco Outlet or Tobacco Store?
That's what
And
it's
then
ca-
what, Vape City was added later?
No, the logo, the Vape City logo, okay, shows the Vape City. But instead of putting in Vape City Tobacco Outlet, we're just putting the logo, the tobacco outlet in the middle, and then trying to replicate this on the other end so that it will look nicer. So when they go into the main entrance, which will be on the right, or the west, or the, what is that, north, then you'll see the Vape City logo on top, on the pediment.
I think, looking at it, I think it would look really weird to only have one door with something above it and then the name in the middle. I think it's more pleasing to have it more symmetrical with the logos and then the name in the middle.
I don't think it's a name in the middle,
It is, it says tobacco outlet.
but the name is Vape City.
Well, the logos are Vape City on the sides.
The name of the building is Vape City Tobacco Outlet. So instead of typing in the Vape City as letters, spelling it out, we're using the logo as the Vape City, and then Tobacco Outlet. And then for balance and symmetry, we're putting the logo again on the other pediment.
I don't know if this is going to muddy the waters anymore, but at Planning Commission, we had the conversation, since this was only going to be used for one tenant, and it was planned for three, that we could potentially eliminate the other two doors to make this whole thing look more symmetrical and fit the user. And that kind of got shot down. I don't know what to do. There are three signs. The Vape City, actually somewhat confusing. Looks like there's two users now, because one's Vape City and one's Tobacco World. I don't care.
I guess I like the fact that.
Is it going to look like the top with the arches?
No.
No,
Yes.
it's going, it is.
It's the top is what you're approving now. The bottom is not,
side,
is
they're not
gone.
gonna- they're not
That's
gonna
the
have
other,
that.
that's the other, that's not the same elevation.
Okay.
That's the south elevation you're looking at.
The
there.
east elevation is the top, the south
Okay,
elevation
I
is the
understand.
bottom.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
And they're taking this, they've removed the signage from the south-facing side.
And you still have a monument sign, don't you?
Yeah, right by the corner of Holmes and 27th Street.
So it's going to be hard to miss.
Guessing you don't need three signs that say Vape City.
There's only two.
I'm not even sure you
On
need
the
two
building.
signs that say Vape City. It's a vape place and people will know that, I think.
Yeah, I
That's just
guess
me.
You would, take it out of the end doors and put that next to the vape.
I mean, the other option I would think is to take those logos off the door.
Right,
And
and-
spell out Vape City Tobacco Outlet or whatever it is.
Do it
Or
like they
put
do
the logo, one
those on the
logo.
east side. Do it like they did down there.
Yeah,
So the way the building is designed for up to three different
Right.
businesses, right?
Right.
And each business would have a sign above the door, their door. So if there's only one door being used potentially, and it
Right.
sounds like it'll only be the north door, then potentially the logo should go above the north door. And if you wanted to, in the center, have them have raised letters that said vape or CDB or whatever you want to do, you could probably do that as well. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks.
I thought the Plan Commission figures all this out beforehand.
So usually the planning commission will come up with ideas and staff comments will incorporate those. And then there are some riveting issues that remain as to how many signs there should be and stuff like that. So,
Planning came back with two. It was
So-
recommended. Two signs.
so pick where two signs go.
That's what Planning Commission recommended, if you're asking what the Planning Commission did. They're asking for three.
And where were the two signs going?
I don't think we cared. Did you remember,
Oh, you
Mike?
didn't care. Oh, or the Plan Commission didn't care.
Just two. But if you want all three, approve it. Or four, technically, because you got a
Oh, two.
monument sign. 5, two sides to it. I'm glad to see that one on the south is gone.
So there's some commentary about CDB places and tobacco shops. So I remember when there were videotapes. Do you remember that? Before Blockbuster and Hollywood Video, everybody and their brother opened up a video shop. Remember that? Am I
Yes.
that old or
Yes.
maybe? Yeah.
You're that
So I
old.
suspect at some point there's going to be a point of diminishing return. I mean, there can only be so many of these places, and it's likely, and I'm not wishing ill on anyone, but there's only going to be so many of these things that survive, especially since every gas station, every grocery store,
Go for it.
I'm guessing Sam's Club, Costco probably doesn't do it, but that's just their way of doing things. I guess everybody sells this stuff now, right? So it's going to be, but it doesn't stream, so that's good.
Bruce has a comment.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan as stated with 2 signs.
Second.
And give staff the discretion to pick where those 2 signs go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's easy. Okay.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
All right. Motion was made by Alderperson Bailey to approve with 2 signs. Who seconded that? I'm sorry.
I think it was
Alderperson
me.
Kastner seconded it. Would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner. Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Okay, motion carries.
She didn't vote yet.
Oh, sorry. I thought you.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'd like 1 sign. But,
So the discussion, you can
But-
say,
Yeah.
I'm going to vote no. I would have preferred 1 sign. You could say that if you wanted to. So we can try to encourage them not to abstain. Somebody said that, right?
yeah, I'm going to vote no.
No? Okay,
But I
so
think 1
carries
sign.
4-1. Does that sound right? Okay.
Okay?
Fair, cool. Okay, moving along to item number 2, which is a public hearing on an ordinance to amend the official Greenfield zoning map by rezoning a portion of the property located at 4555 West Forest Home Avenue from C3 Highway and Commercial Service Business District to C2 Community Commercial District, and a public hearing on a special use permit for Calabris Restaurant, a proposed full-service restaurant to be located at 4555 West Forest Home Avenue, submitted by Alejandro Hernandez, doing business as Calabres, I'm probably pronouncing that right, Restaurant and Bar LLC. The requested actions are to approve an ordinance to amend the official zoning map, which requires a public hearing, approve a special use permit for Calabres Restaurant, which requires a public hearing, and to approve the site plan review for the restaurant, which doesn't require a public hearing, but is often incorporated into those resolutions. Okay? So for this item, there were green slips. If anyone's here to speak on this item, this is the old Burger King. There were the green slips, which related to the special use, which is the restaurant component. And then there were the purple slips, which related to the zoning map changes, right? I'm gonna combine them because it's essentially the same issue. Is that okay, Mr. City Attorney?
Music.
And as I notice, it's the same people. For all of them, okay? Except for Jerry Ramos, is he still here? I think he left.
he just left.
He filled out the wrong slip, it looks like. Okay, so so I'm gonna go in order here. I'm gonna go with, for informational purposes, is anyone else filling things out? Okay.
She put it
The
back.
first one I'm gonna do is for information only. This is Mark, sorry. Were you a doctor? No, okay, just
You're right like one, right?
Krasinski, I think it's Kurzinski. Okay, well, we're going to get you up here anyways to speak. At 4520 West Midland Drive. Can you come up to the microphone?
Would you,
And if you could spell your last name, that would be helpful. If everybody could spell their names, because I'm really,
would you like me to present the
Yes.
item?
sorry.
Mark Krasinski,
Sorry,
K-U-R.
I forgot something, the most important part, him. So
You
just
gotta
wait
go
1 minute.
So
And maybe
I'll be
you'll
quick
answer.
about it.
Go ahead,
All right,
sorry.
thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the applicant is proposing to open a full-service Mexican food restaurant in the former Burger King location. He would occupy the 2,453 square foot space. The Burger King restaurant was a limited service restaurant. So by moving to a full-service sit-down restaurant with a bar component, he is applying for a liquor license as well. That pushes it up to a full-service restaurant, which then requires the public hearing and the special use permit rather than a special use review. The property is zoned C2 and C3, which I'll touch on in a moment, but those zoning districts do allow the full-service restaurant as a special use. The proposed hours of operation for Calibres will be Monday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to midnight, Thursday to Sunday from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. The applicant anticipates having 100 to 200 customers daily and up to 8 employees. He's at this point not proposing any major exterior or site changes to the building. He does operate a food truck that he's asking to park on site when not in use. He's going to use the commercial kitchen in the building for the commercial food truck, which will operate off site. It won't operate at this restaurant once the restaurant is open. The property contains 38 parking spaces and the restaurant user requires 25, so there's ample parking here. There are minor site issues. The site's a little overgrown and we don't have a landscape plan on file for this location, so we're asking for an as-built landscape plan be provided. Some of the poured curb has been banged up over the years from snow plows. Staff's also recommending the pylon sign from the former Burger King be removed and a code-compliant monument sign be installed if the applicant wishes, and that the drive-through equipment be removed. The applicant hasn't expressed an interest in using the drive-through, so staff recommends that equipment be removed from the drive-through. So again, these are the staff recommendations, which I've touched upon. Also repainting where there's currently a ghost sign located on the side of the building where there was a Burger King wall sign, so just repainting that to match the existing exterior paint color. It's a bit of a weird parcel, so the rezoning request is the city's request to kind of clean up this parcel. It is the southern portion of the parcel is zoned C3, while the northern portion of the parcel is zoned C2. So staff requested that this entire parcel be rezoned to C2, so that smaller portion of C3 be rezoned to the C2 to match the surrounding zoning district. Staff also recommended that the owners supply a certified survey map for approval. It's one tax key parcel that contains 5 separate parcels in one. So staff is recommending that the owner apply for a certified survey map to clean that up, to just create one parcel where there are now 5 separate parcels under the one tax key.
One quick question, just for clarification. So the zoning issue is basically to clean up all 5 parcels and make it one?
The C3 portion appears to be a portion of the southern 2 existing parcels. I don't, judging by the map, it doesn't even appear to cover the entirety of those 2 southern parcels. But essentially it's just to clean up the parcel, to have it all be one parcel, one zoning, rather than have it be split zoned.
C2 is more restrictive than C3.
It is, correct. And the surrounding properties are all zoned C2 along Forest Home right there. Plan Commission recommended approval at the June 14th meeting. We have received 1 letter of objection to date.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm sorry I brought you up beforehand and made you stand. But
No problem. My name is Mark Krasinski, and I live at 4520 West Midland Drive. If you're on the map up there, we're in right behind it, the alley, and then it's our house. Our concerns, this is the first day that we heard about this going on. Unfortunately, we are the city of Milwaukee, and Greenfield is the alley, and then Burger King would be there. we're not opposed to growth. We'd rather see something go in there than having a building stay vacant for years. We're grateful for that. We just don't know what are the plans for this. We knew it was to be a restaurant. We didn't know they wanted a liquor license. Concerned about outside eating with music. Our backyard's right there, and they had a car show there 2 weeks ago, and you could not have a conversation in our backyard because the music was blaring so loud. And we understand that the road, noise from the road makes a difference too. But we're concerned about the alley, someone taking care of it. There's graffiti on the fence already. They tried cleaning it up, but it looks terrible. And we're just, the hours of operation, if we're mainly concerned about the noise outside of having an outside patio or something like that that would interrupt our comfort in our home. So that's it.
All right, thank you very much. I have one person that's registered in favor of both items. It's Barb Schumann, does that sound right? 4548 West Midland Drive? Is that you? You're in favor?
Yes, I don't have a problem with a new business coming in.
You have to come up here if you want to speak. I'm sorry to make you do that. It's a part of the record.
Hi, I'm Barb Schumann, 4548 West Midland Drive. I'm not adverse to new business coming in. I think that's fine. We need to get Forest Home Avenue cleaned up, and this might be a help. I've lived in my home for 35 years, and I was involved with the Meon oil company that is right behind me. And that was a controversy at the time, and they have been wonderful, wonderful neighbors. They clean up everything, they keep it orderly, they just put in new fencing. They're tidy, their hours are pretty good, they're a little over what was approved by you people, but it hasn't been a problem, and they haven't been noisy. But the music that Mark mentioned and the noise, because I'm just down a few houses, was a deterrent as far as I'm concerned. So that 2 o'clock time frame is something I would be adverse to. I'm not adverse to the business going in if it's well kept and well managed, and they take care of the alley and all the trash that ends up there and the graffiti that is there. I've talked to Denise over the years. I have called you and we have talked about the junk in the alley and so forth. I'm the one. And you've been very helpful, but you know what I'm talking about. And I know our previous alderman was involved with the Meon problems when we had disorderly activity and so forth. So I'm for a business going in there. I'd like to have this be an orderly business. I'm not in favor of a 2 o'clock time frame, 2 a.m. time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to get people that are registered, have registered to speak against. The first person, so there's this thing, hearings at greenfieldwi.us that you can register online. This came through that. This is from Margie Tracy. Regarding the special use permit for Calabris Restaurant and Bar, I'm against it in our neighborhood. We do not need another business with a bar and the late night disruptions that it brings. This is surrounded by a residential neighborhood, which I live in, and there are plenty of bars in the area at this time with loud traffic and patrons. A restaurant is okay, but not a bar. I am completely opposed to it. The next person registered to speak is David, I'm sorry, starts with an F, F-I-R-B something. If you could come up and spell it for me, that would be very much appreciated. You live at 3119 South 46th Street. Sorry.
Hi, yes, my name is Dave Firkus, F-I-R-K-U-S. Address is 3119 South 46th Street. I didn't know that letter was coming in, but my feelings exactly. There are 2 bars on Forest Home right across the street from there. Sobo's and the corner bar. And if you ever listen to the weatherman in the spring or in the fall, and he tells you to open your windows to sleep at night, not where we live. when those motorcycles go down Forest Home or Oklahoma Avenue at 2:30 in the morning, there's no windows open. I'm, same thing, I'm for the restaurant and everything and that, but not the bar. We have 2 bars right there, right across the street. I think if people know where I'm talking about. And it's way too much noise. When the bars close at 2:30, the people are outside yelling, fighting, swearing, and then it's the motorcycles and the loud cars till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm very much against the bar business. The restaurant, fine, but no bar. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that's registered to speak is Curtis Hart, 4454 West Midland Drive. And I just want to be clear, you registered with regard to the zoning issue. You don't have a problem with them combining the lots.
No, I
It's
just,
the
I was told to
restaurant.
do both
It's
of
the
them.
use, right? Okay.
Yes, my name is Curtis Hart, H-A-R-T, and I do reside at 4454 West Midland Drive. I've been there for 29 years, and we have had many problems with the Burger King that was there, and we've contacted the city of Greenfield, even though we are part of Milwaukee. We only found out today, as Mark had mentioned, at 4:30 about this meeting from our neighbor who was told by a neighbor in Greenfield. And I'm just wondering why we were not all told about this special meeting. When Meehan's Oil Corporation came in, they were very neighborly and asked us about selling liquor. When the United Senior Center came in, they asked us too about selling liquor. And all of the neighbors said no. And there were reasons for it because of the alley and young children. I know that Ms. Collins didn't even mention this to Mr. Borkowski, and I'm sure it was an oversight. And Mr. Borkowski told me, and I'm sorry, and you are in our prayers. We have no problem with the restaurant coming in. We're happy that somebody is going to be taking over. But there are things that are not taken care of with what you have just shown us. One is that fence and the erosion that's going on the grass side by the alley. That fence fell down not too long ago, and I contacted Greenfield, and they said, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he's part of the zoning. And he told me that he was going to get somebody over there to put it back up, and he was also going to get somebody over there to cut the grass, none of which happened. Our neighbors put up the fence with wire. Our neighbors cut the grass. So if Greenfield is supposed to be doing such a great job, then they need to be getting on the stick with these people who are coming in and making sure that they are going to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Now, that fence is not going to hold with what the wire that they put up. I'm hoping that that's going to be taken care of because that was not one of the things that you had mentioned. And every time it rains, the water on the other side of the tree, which is east of the tree that's back by the drive-through, has eroded away so much that you can see the metal piping. And every time it rains, the water runs down, knocks all the stones into the alley, and that goes down the sewer. There is another erosion coming to the left of the tree. Big gaping hole. Is that going to be addressed? I would hope so. Mark also talked about the graffiti on the fence. It hasn't been taken care of. And it goes all the way down from Burger King to Meehan's. I would hope that that would be addressed as well. I mean, we as neighbors were included in Meehan's and the senior center. We were not included in this proposal for the restaurant and bar. And I know that we are Milwaukee, but we're butt up against Greenfield. And that drive-through is my backyard. So I hear everything that's going on. And yes, Mark talked about the auto show that was going on there a couple weeks ago. Well, just this past Sunday, they had a party outside in the parking lot. A lot of loud music going on until 11 o'clock at night. Our next door neighbor has a 1-year-old child that has a bedroom near the back of their yard that faces the Burger King. Mr. Borkowski didn't even know about that. I'm just wondering, you know, if Greenfield is such a great city, why are you not including all of the people that are butt up against the Burger King and the senior center? Is it because we are Milwaukee? That's not very neighborly then. And now we find out that the senior center has been sold to the Hispanic church. I'm hoping that there's going to be a meeting about that one too, because Mr. Borkowski didn't know about that either.
I didn't either, by the way.
I just found out today.
Oh, you found out before me, which is sometimes not good.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we're against the liquor license. We're not against the restaurant. We're against the liquor license because of all the problems that we have had without the liquor from Burger King, from the United Senior Center. And the Dollar Tree that was held up at gunpoint, Meehan's held up at gunpoint, Burger King held up at gunpoint and drug deals going on. The United Senior Center just held up at gunpoint last week. And now we want to have a restaurant in there that sells liquor. We as neighbors, I mean, we didn't know about this, and like I said, until 4:30 today. So I would ask that the council set aside the approval or denial until all the neighbors have had an opportunity to voice their concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person that's registered to speak is Mark Borkowski, 3650 South Sunset Drive, representing the Milwaukee residents.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Greenfield Common Council, and the new administration for the city of Greenfield. I'm not here to invent the wheel, and I think that as you've heard from the 3-4 other speakers, I did not learn about this meeting until 4:45 this afternoon, and I was disappointed because I know that there's cooperation, but I also recognize the situation, the personal situations that has gone on, and so I accept that. But I'm here to say, not that you asked me, but I would be opposed to any kind of liquor license. I don't think that site needs that. I think 2 a.m. is way too late. In my mind, I go up and down Forest Home and say, what other business is open till 2 a.m.? I don't know. I think it's great that we've got a new vendor coming in, and that the Burger King vacancy is sounds like it's going to be occupied, which is fine. But I guess what bothers me is the lack of consideration I've already heard from these people who don't even have the license yet. The noise, right? I realize my limitations as a Milwaukee alderman. However, I have some of my bosses in the back who are Milwaukee residents who, as many of you know, it's like a jigsaw puzzle back there, part Milwaukee, part Greenfield. I mean, half the block has sidewalk, half the block doesn't have a sidewalk. I'm here to tell you that whatever the decision is, and you've heard my suggestions, I will be listening to my bosses, and I hope that we can make this all work for everyone. But I am not afraid to advocate for my constituents. Thanks.
Can I get a clarification on how legal notices go out?
Yeah, so I'm looking, and this can be part of the public record if it needs to be.
I know the answer, actually, but...
Do you want to tell the answer?
No,
or you want me
I
to
don't.
do it?
I was having a
So what typically happens when 2 jurisdictions are involved, 2 municipalities, we provide the notice to all the Greenfield residents, and it's within 300 feet. Is that what it is?
400 feet.
400 feet. So there's a list of all the Greenfield residents adjacent to this property that the notice was sent to. When there's another municipality, and the same thing happens with us with Greendale, if something happens at Southridge, they don't tell everybody that's in Greenfield. What they do is they send a notice to the city clerk, and the city clerk provides the notice to us, and then that's how we deal with it, right? So just to be clear, the city of Milwaukee's clerk was notified, and this is the official answer, okay, was notified at the time of the other notices. That being said, Mr. Borkowski, and I've known Mark for a very long time as a county supervisor and as an alderperson, internally, we understand that Milwaukee is our neighbor there, and in some cases, it's almost impossible to determine which part's Greenfield and which part's Milwaukee. On the other side of Forest Home, it literally does look like a saw blade in some places. We've always wanted you to be part of the city of Greenfield, and we do everything that we can to encourage you to secede from the city of Milwaukee and move to Greenfield. Sorry, Mark. But typically what's happened in the past is if there was a problem with Meons or if there was a problem with the senior center, we've always encouraged as staff to reach out. We encourage the applicant to reach out to the adjacent neighbors, to have a meeting, to make sure that those things are resolved and taken care of, and those concerns never make it to the point of being at a public hearing. I think historically that's the case.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know when our city clerk received that notice.
Mailed on July 6th.
It was mailed on July 6, 2022. I'm not sure.
It was published.
It was published on July 6th of 2022 and on June 29th of 2022. So it was published and it was mailed on July 6th of 2022. So, and that's typically how that works. The same thing happens. We get notices all the time from Franklin, Hales Corners, Greendale, Milwaukee.
They do get filtered down to the alder people of the
And they get
district.
filtered down to the alderperson. Our
Must
city
have a really
clerk
good
distributes them to,
Well, in Greenfield, they do. We don't know about Milwaukee.
well, there's,
We obviously know the answer.
It happens in Greenfield.
Yeah.
so, and a lot of times, so I apologize to our neighbors that are immediately adjacent to this property that didn't receive the notice. I think with Meon specifically, and the United Senior Center, and this would have been quite a while ago, when they came in to want to do something, we strongly recommended neighborhood meetings and reaching out, and we provided the requisite notice to the city of Milwaukee. So I apologize for that. There's no intent to try to cover anything up. The other thing that just a little bit concerning while we're in the public hearing, is there anyone else that wants to register to speak for or against or informational purposes? Just while we're in the public hearing, car shows are typically an event that require approval from the city. And if there was a party going on in the parking lot till 11 p.m. at night, I didn't know about it. And there certainly wasn't a use available to have an event in the parking lot. So that was news to me.
I guess with the approval of this, we would not allow that kind of activity without approval.
So just under the purpose of, we're talking specifically about the public hearing, restaurants can't just throw parties in their parking lot whenever they want. There's typically a formal process, getting an outdoor entertainment license, extending the premises, if there's going to be alcohol served, if they have a license, those kinds of things. Car shows and things, anything that can kind of disrupt traffic, or has some noise, or if there's outdoor music playing, requires a license or a permit to do, and she's much more adept at that, and so is Andrew, as to what's required. I'm not aware of any permits being issued or any licenses being issued for the events that were referenced. With regard to the graffiti and the fence too, this is just as part of the public hearing process. When you have someone that actually owns the property, right? Code enforcement can go to them and say, you better do this, right? But when the business closes and it's not clear who owns it, a lot of those things go. it gets a lot more complicated, let's put it that way, with regard to notices, sending someone in to do remedial action because you don't know, you can't get a hold of who's supposed to do it.
Absentee landlord kind of.
Absentee landlords are a huge problem, and the notice requirements and being able to do the work and all that kind of stuff. And that's well beyond the scope of this meeting. And we're not going to engage in discussion, but you can come up and make more comments if you would like.
The graffiti didn't just happen. It has been there for over a year. So Burger King knew about it. They did not take care of removing it. It was the neighbors who took care of that.
No, I appreciate it. So this is the other thing too, just because you live in Milwaukee, you can call me as well. I mean, just, if I don't know about it, right, if.
Oh, that's why I called the zoning gentleman, and
Yeah.
he got to Burger King a couple of times.
But it's,
not all
but
the
when
time.
they're gonna, and I don't want to engage in debate here under the public hearing, but when these properties go vacant or go dark, it's really, really hard, and especially in this situation where the adjacent neighbors that are getting the brunt of it live in Milwaukee, right? And it's like, well, I'm not gonna call, maybe you did call Greenfield, and maybe that's how it was resolved, but I would encourage you to call Greenfield. If it's a Greenfield problem, you can be sure I'll call Mark if it's a Greenfield resident with a Milwaukee problem.
Well, that's why I ask again, that I would ask that the council set aside the approval or denial of this public hearing until all of the neighbors have an opportunity to voice their concerns.
Okay, so just so we're clear under the law, and I can defer this to the city attorney, under the statutory law that we follow and the ordinances that we follow, we have provided proper notice as it's required. I understand what you're saying. Well, you didn't send letters to everybody in the city of Milwaukee that it's immediately adjacent. We fulfilled our statutory notice obligations. Doesn't mean the council can't change that.
Right.
Is that correct,
And-
Mr. City Attorney?
Correct. Certainly, the council could change it. I would not recommend that. Typically, you just follow what the statute requires.
Even though Mr. Borkowski wasn't even informed when it went to Milwaukee.
So the way that it works again is that the city clerk
Mm-hmm.
is notified by the city clerk of the adjacent municipality. Those notices, at least in our city, get filtered down to the alderpersons, and then the alderpersons reach out to their constituents that are adjacent to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the law, that's
I-
the law
I
that we follow,
understand.
just so you understand that.
Yes.
Okay? And the same thing happens to us when we have to figure out, well, what does this mean that, Franklin's doing something on 27th and College and, right? Or Greendale's doing something on 76th and Grange or Edgerton.
Sometimes New Berlin does something that really.
Sometimes New Berlin, we get notices from New
Yeah.
Berlin, we get notices from West Allis, we get notices from Milwaukee all the time, right? So, and then we have to determine how does this impact, or does this even impact? So, okay.
Are we ready to make a motion?
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak for, against, or for informational purposes concerning this item? With that, I'd entertain a
Make
motion.
a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
This motion by Alderperson Caster, second by Alderperson Akers.
By the,
Oh, okay, I would ask that the maker of the motion and the seconder withdraw their motion.
then he'll, comments will be in the
Are you
minutes.
the restaurant guy, or who? Okay, so. Okay, so you probably want to speak, because some of this stuff relates to you. So I would ask you, you don't have to do it now, but before you leave, there's a pink slip there, you need to fill it out, okay? With your name and your address, so, okay. You don't have to do it now, we'll just hand it in when you're done, but if you can state your name, spell your last name, and give us your address. then-
Yeah, so my name is Alejandro Hernandez, last name Hernandez. I am the tenant at that building, which I am the owner for Calira's Restaurant and Bar.
Okay.
Some neighbors, how they mentioned, let's first, state the graffiti. I was aware of that once I first got there. I haven't taken care of that yet because we are planning to either paint the whole fence or tear it down and put a new fence up. I have spoken with Andrew. He did make that very clear as well, that I have to take care of that, especially fixing the fence where it was tear down, broken, etc., whatever it was. Literally, yesterday, I spoke to a landscaping company, and they are gonna actually take care of that for me, as well as where the cracks are in the edge where that tree is as well. That tree is also gonna come off. We're gonna tear that down. Let's say the hours of operation, those would be legal and normal hours for a bar. Not everybody agrees, and I understand that. But for me to properly run this place would be to operate the hours that are legal and of what we want as well. I actually want to mention also the, like the traffic and people saying that there might be a problem with like our clients. We are going to hire security to actually do their best. We're trying to do our best to have control over that as well. So.
Okay. So you're probably aware that, and this is part of the public hearing, and I just want, because it seems like there were some questions.
Yeah.
So the hours of operation of a restaurant, right, can be determined by the special use, which could mitigate or reduce the legal hours of serving alcohol, as if you were a bar. Does that make sense? So if your hours of operation are only till midnight, you could only serve alcohol till midnight because you can't be open after midnight.
Correct.
Between 12 and noon and 2.
Correct.
You understand that part, right?
Yes.
And you are requesting to stay open on 2 on the weekends and midnight during the week, as I recall.
I would at least like to open till 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Was there a car show going on there?
About that car show, there was cars there, yes. I have a food truck there, which is, well, my food truck. I have a friend that has, cars and stuff. He's like, are you selling tacos? I'm like, yes. Me and the guys are going to come through. I was like, well, I don't think there should be a problem. I never hosted an event, but we just...
They're like piped out music out there and stuff?
They had their doors open, yes, with their cars. I did tell them, dude, keep it down. I'm in the process of like trying to get this place, and I don't want anything to be messed up. Yes.
Okay, did you have an outdoor party till 11 p.m.?
And to answer your question, long story short, my son's birthday is on July 16th, which was Friday. Plans were to take him to Wisconsin Dells. Unfortunately, for personal reasons, we could not take him. He was pretty bummed out, and he's 6 years old. I promised him I promised him this trip. Me and his mom are separated. She made him a party on Thursday, and I was like, I promise you, I'm gonna take you to the Dells. He got super happy. Personal reasons that I can't say here. I couldn't take him. It broke my heart. I'm not trying to butter anybody here, but it broke my heart that he got bummed out, and I randomly invited people to the parking lot, yes.
Okay.
And I deeply apologize if that's something that I need to do with ahead of time.
It seemed that some of the concerns during the public hearing related to the fact that this is a nice neighborhood immediately
Understood.
to the adjacent, that you can't have car shows and parties and parking lots.
100% understood.
And it sounded like there wasn't a big thing with this bar idea either, that it would be a restaurant with regulated hours and hours of operation. I think that was one of the comments. You took care of those.
See, Greenfield's not like Milwaukee where you just can't pull into a parking lot and throw up a food truck like they allow.
Okay. Did anybody from our staff tell you to talk to the neighbors or anything, or not?
Not that I recall.
All right. With regard to the landscaping plan, there was some comments there.
I personally, my fault, I have not spoken to Andrew. I've been so busy personally. Like, this is a family-owned business. Since I'm the only one that speaks 100% good English, I'm the one that takes care of like all the paperwork and stuff. But with that being said, is that I've been trying to get like landscaping. I've been trying to get like to take care of the area. I just spoke to actually one of my good friends is told me about his brother that he owns a landscaping company. I was like, dude, let me talk to him. And I just spoke with him yesterday and today this morning, that the plan is to have proper landscaping in the area.
Okay, you understand you have to create that plan, and it's kind of like a professional looking plan too. It's not just like a piece of paper with.
Oh, no, I still have to run things down with, I'm guessing, with you guys, with Andrew. So I understand that, yes.
Okay.
It was just a talk that I had with these guys.
Were you operating food trucks out of your parking lot right now?
So we do it on the street or we do it on the property. Since that is our future property, we thought it was okay.
Okay, so you can't do that until
Okay.
you get approved to do that. That's part
Okay.
of the special use as well. Okay, with regard to the zoning, you understand what they're talking about with the 5 parcels?
Yes.
And that should be 1 parcel?
Yes.
Did you buy all 5 parcels?
I am in the process of it right now, so to answer your question, yes.
Did you purchase the property yet, or is it contingent upon city approval?
Well, I made a lease agreement with the property owner.
So it's a lease?
So it's a lease, yes,
Okay.
and it's already started.
Okay. Is the property owner going to make any of these improvements for you? Or is he just going to throw it into your lap?
It depends on what it is. So, for example, the parcel will be under my lap, just because it would be something beneficial for myself.
Okay. Did you hire legal counsel before you do this to help you through that lease process? Or not? Well, typically, I mean, and I'm not trying to be, there will be issues that will occur with this property, potentially, right? That you will be forced to rectify that could potentially be expensive, that are often the responsibility of a landlord or an owner of a property, right?
Understood.
So there are some pretty expensive things that the city is requiring with regard to landscaping and fixing erosion and rocks in the alley and fences and all of those kinds of things. Right?
I personally just talked to the owner. He is willing to answer your question. He is helping me out to pay these things off. He's gonna give me a loan to basically I'm sending him invoices and he's gonna take care of these things. So it's something that I agreed with him as well.
Okay.
Yes.
So just typically as part of and like leases, sometimes, they contain like credits from the landlord up to certain amounts of money, leasehold improvement, right? Stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But the plan is to keep everything nice and tidy, to like the landscaping, the graffiti, the fence. I got a notice for the pavement as well. That is also something that we're going to take care of, and then just all the little details that have been mentioned.
The property hasn't been improved probably in, God, when I was in high school, it was there, and I remember going, and that was 40 years ago now. So I'm guessing the parking lot hasn't had much done to it.
Correct.
Since then.
Correct.
And I'm guessing the building hasn't had much done to it since then. And there are probably some significant expensive upgrades associated with that property. Mark and I and Alderperson Collins and the alderpersons before, Forest Home is an important commercial district for us that we're constantly trying to make improve. It's difficult because there are 5 parcels where there should be 1, and oftentimes 3 people own, right? So there's going to be a high expectation on behalf of the city, whatever happens with that property, that it be substantially improved. And we're not going to let it backslide, I think is a fair statement. I just want you to know that while we're speaking under the public hearing. Okay. All right. Anyone else want to speak for or against or informational purposes concerning this item? Anyone else want to speak for or against or for informational purposes concerning this item? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Should I close the public hearing this time after?
Alderperson, yes, I thought that was important that the.
No, I
the applicant-
think that was very
Alderperson Kastner
productive.
made the motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderperson Akers, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. My computer hopefully just didn't die. I have to figure out what's going on here.
May I have a seat?
You can sit down now.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. Okay. It's the pink one and, yeah, that's probably the one, the pink one and the gray one. Do you want to fill those out? I want to probably say speaking in favor. Okay,
I
so,
will make a motion to approve the ordinance to amend the official Greenfield zoning map and rezone a portion of the property located at 4555 West Forest Home Avenue from C3 Highway and Commercial Services Business District to C2 Community Commercial District.
okay, this is a motion by Alderperson Kastner. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderperson Akers. Just quickly under discussion, there doesn't seem to be any controversy at all concerning the rezoning change and tidying up the 5 parcels and bringing them together into one CSM. Okay, would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Okay, item 2B. And some of that special use permit would incorporate site plan review, but I'd entertain a motion to approve a resolution to approve the special use permit for Calabris Restaurant and Bar, proposed full-service restaurant to be located at 4555 West Forest Home Avenue. Now, Andrew, do you have the hours of operation, all that stuff on that stuff that you, was there a, sorry, was there a, one of these things? PowerPoint slide that showed that or not?
Yes.
Let's go to that, maybe.
So these were the hours of operation that the applicant was initially asking for, Monday to Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 12 midnight, and Thursday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay. These are, this one and the next slide, I think, which shows the site. That stuff, and then the next slide, that stuff, which doesn't include the fence, but we've discussed it. So go back to the hours of operation. So the council needs to decide, one, whether it wants to approve the special use permit, and if it does, what the hours of operations are, recognizing that if the hours of operations go to, say, 2 a.m., consistent with liquor license, that it can be operated as a bar. I would note that there was recently, not so recent now, but there used to be a restaurant on 76th Street and Forest Home that was for decades a restaurant, but it had a liquor license and the hours of operations were never defined, so it ultimately became a bar.
Yep.
Where they did serve like French fries and stuff. It had the name Dog in it, the name of the place.
And that's exactly what I'm thinking of with
Yes.
this.
Some people are
Well,
mad
so I'm
about it.
just, so there's some caution that if you define the hours of operation for the restaurant, that minimizes the ability of the liquor license stuff under state law to supersede, right? That's a fair statement, right?
Can I just say that?
Have a
in-
license, but if you can't be open, then you can't use it for those 2 hours potentially. Is that right?
Right.
Can I just state
That's an
too,
important consideration.
that's not the only bar restaurant that we have that borders residential areas, that one on 76th Street, you know? There's some on, farther down on Forest Home that also border
Yes.
some
so-
homes. And just for my sake of, there's a lot of complaints for noises, whether they have patios or not outdoors and have music outdoors. I have some serious concerns about alcohol, as some of the residents of the neighborhood have expressed, as well as the hours. I'm
So that's a good point with regard to the patio, Andrew. There was no request to have a patio.
There's no request for any outdoor
And
seating
the
or
applicant
dining.
understands that this is indoor seating only, right? He's nodding his head, and that's in the public record. Okay.
But not even that, even I've have issues with somebody having a band indoors on Forest Home that permeates outdoors to the residents
So
surrounding.
just so we understand too, that there isn't a requested entertainment license for indoor music or outdoor music or any kind of music, and that requires a license from the city clerk. And those licenses come before the common council at that time.
Yeah.
So, okay, so So you might want to come up here a little bit just so we're kind of clear about some of this stuff. And I'm sorry that this is taking so long, but it's better to kind of do it now than it is. So with regard to DJs and that kind of stuff, does that require a license?
Yes, it does.
And you haven't requested a license as part of this submission,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
So if you were asking for a license, those licenses get approved by the Common Council.
Okay.
So you go there to the clerk's office and say, I want to get a license for something, like your alcohol license, entertainment license, all of these other licenses, dancing licenses, right? Those licenses end up before this body, and an alderperson can say, or all the alderpersons can say, well, you know, this is a restaurant, this isn't a nightclub, we don't think that that should be there, and they can deny your license. So you can't just, because if you were to have a restaurant, you can't just have a DJ and you can't just have a band or dancing or any of that kind of stuff.
I don't think you can have a jukebox or satellite radio, as they call it now.
So jukeboxes, if they still exist.
Sorry. I randomly just said the DJ because I was referring to the jukebox, but
Satellite radio, whatever.
yeah, like just an MP3 iPad or whatever. But
So jukeboxes require licenses, but they don't require the kinds of approvals that this has. But if you have DJs, you have entertainment, you have bands, you have any of that kind of stuff, it requires a license. And if you don't have a license, it's really bad the next time you want to have a liquor license renewal. That a fair statement, Mr. Burkowski? Is that how it works in Milwaukee too? Yeah, that's kind of how it is here too.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is that you have neighbors that will no doubt hear what's going on, right?
I understood.
So I want you
I
to,
really-
I really, with crystal clarity, want you to understand that this property has to be better than it was. It has to be a better neighbor than it used to be. And I think that the council is probably, I'm not speaking for them, but I'm just trying to make it concise because it has to be typed. I think this council is looking at, and I think most of the neighbors are looking at, there's no objection to it being a great restaurant that's responsible, that's not noisy, and it improves the neighborhood. But there's great resistance to a restaurant that becomes a bar that's open to 2 in the morning, that has music blaring and that kind of stuff.
So as the owner of the name Calibres Restaurant, I want to feel welcomed, and I want to keep my promise that I actually am going to do my best to, make sure that it's not a zoo. I want to be, serve my guests, my clients, as how it should be professionally. I will not serve alcohol outside or food outside because it will be all dine-in.
And it has to be, because as part of the special use, all of those things are defined. And if you do things that aren't defined in the special use, like starting to do things outside,
Yes,
that
sir,
you're not
understood.
supposed to, you're violating your special use and your ability to have a restaurant.
They did mention me a outdoor license, like for a patio. That is something that I thought of, but that would not right now.
Yeah, so it sounds like most people would be adverse to having a patio outside,
Yeah,
just so you know.
And I respect and I understand.
Okay. So the final thing is, you use the word zoo, right? If it becomes a zoo, that's a very bad thing.
Understood.
Okay? All right. Like a really bad thing. I can't.
I understand.
I'm going through a couple zoos right now.
Like I
right?
said,
Alderperson Kastner?
zoos out there.
One zoo we went through.
Like I said, I want to feel welcomed. I want to be welcomed, and I want to right hand up promise that I'm going to do my best. So
There's still the separation between church and
There's-
state. You
understand.
don't have to say things out loud.
understand.
We assume that you're telling the truth,
So
right? So,
I will make a motion to approve the items with the hours of operation Monday through Friday, 7 to 12, and Friday night and Saturday night, 7 till 1 or 12. 12. If you're going to have dinner, you're not going to have dinner after 12. Hours of operation between 7 a.m. Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 12.
Monday through Sunday?
Yeah, 7 days a week, whatever that math works.
7 to 12.
Keep it simple.
Okay.
Let our police know.
All right, let's go through some of these other things that you had on here, just make sure.
You got a motion?
Well, so there's some other things that are part of the special use, right, that I think are probably important to
Are they,
incorporate.
are we modifying them?
Well, let's go through and make sure that we're not.
Okay.
Can you just go click the slide? All right, so as part of the special use, right, the granting of the special use, a landscaping plan consistent with what those guys are requesting will be provided within
45 days, 60 days?
probably 45 days. Understanding that sometimes doing that landscaping is difficult as you get into the fall and winter season. But anything that is, that staff would look at with regard to the existing islands and the vegetation, the planting and all that stuff would have to probably be installed by July 1st of 2023. Does that make sense? Yes?
What about the fence?
The fence is an immediate issue, I think. The applicant has indicated that he's going to remedy the fence.
Yes, sir.
So this happens all, don't just, I know somebody that does fences and go there and do it. I think that's the wrong fence that was there to begin with, but maybe not. I don't remember, can't remember where that one is exactly. You'll want to talk to him down there and make sure you're putting in the right kind of fence, okay?
Yes, sir.
Don't just, well, I think I can do it this way.
And they require
Okay?
permits too.
Understand?
Understood.
Permits are required for the fencing too.
To repair a fence is different than, I think, actually putting in a new fence, but they'll handle that for you, okay?
Understood.
Do whatever he says. You
Understood.
understand?
Yes.
The erosion control, I'm not sure about the rocks and all that kind of stuff. Maybe that can be part of the landscaping plan. I don't know how you deal with the rocks that are under the fence that are getting kicked in the, I don't know what to do about that.
I'll talk to Andrew and I'll take care of that for you.
Your landscaper, and we'll try to remediate that to the extent that we possibly can, okay? I don't know what else to do about that. If there's any graffiti or anything on the building, beginning today, or, right, assuming that this passes, it needs to be immediately remediated,
Understood.
okay? The pylon, the big sign that's there, you getting that taken down?
Yeah,
You should probably ask the owner of the property to do that.
I talked to Andrew already, and I have a 2-year gap. I think I could do that if I understood it correctly.
The new sign code allows 24 months to become compliant, but staff was asking that it be taken care of before that. That was staff's recommendation.
Have a year to do that.
I want to take care of it this year.
So that's a big deal.
The graffiti, just to clarify that part, so I'm gonna start looking for someone tomorrow.
Right. So like with the graffiti, I mean, it's just, you got to cover it.
It's
right?
covered.
So, I mean, if it's an old fence
There's-
that's going to get torn down in a week or two, you still need to just get it covered,
Okay, understood.
right?
Understood.
But you need to get the fence fixed, obviously. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, what's the next, is there anything else that was?
Just, I mean, minor repainting over the former wall sign. And
all
removal,
the other
of
stuff
the
that
drive-through
is
equipment.
part of the special use, right? So that'll be included within the special use agreement. This one's a little bit different than the last one, okay? You're going to remove the drive-through?
So, yes, I'm not, so let me just clarify that as well. I wasn't planning on using it. I don't plan on using it, but the thing is that I have a lot of people that are coming, that for the taco truck, they're like, dude, you should do the drive-through. There's nothing local like that here. I do want to ask if I need a special permit for that. Not for this year, but maybe for next year or in 2 years or something. I'm not really focused on the drive-through though, right now.
So the thing that we're mostly concerned about, truthfully, is there's an old bank building that's a camera store on 76th Street. It used to be a bank.
Okay.
Right? And somebody bought it to turn into a camera store, and it still looks like a bank, and they left all the
Arts
drive-throughs.
cameras?
So we kind of want this to not look like it's a drive-through. If you want to make drive-through part of it, right, There's rules with regard to how loud the speaker can be on the thing, and I'm not necessarily adverse to that. Most restaurants have some kind of drive-through or drive-up component.
Especially today.
But at this point, you can't do the drive-up stuff.
Understood.
If you need to keep it for up to a year or something, while you figure that out, that's one thing. But there's an expectation that it's not gonna stay there forever if you're not using it, okay?
Correct. Yeah, I understand that. I had that in mind either way, so.
Does that sound right? Yes? Is there anything else? Okay. So the special use permit would include these things that were recited here this evening. I think I got everything. Again, no car shows,
No, sir.
no outdoor parties.
No, sir. For the hours, though, can you confirm the hours again?
7 to 12.
7 to
days a
12,
week.
7 days a week.
And then,
That's the motion on the table at this point.
okay.
Is there a second on that yet or not?
No.
Oh, I don't
Okay,
think so.
that's all right.
Just because, I mean, for fairness, the other bars are open till 2.
Yeah, you're not a bar though, you're a restaurant.
Okay.
I think that's what the sounds like that was the consensus within the audience this evening.
Potentially in a couple of years, you could see how you operate and maybe things will change.
Just based on what I've heard, the consensus seemed to be to me that if this was a bar, that you would not pass at all.
Okay.
Okay?
In being a new business owner, just some advice, I would reach out to your neighbors behind you and they have a very, I would reach out to them. I would, if I were you.
I had a thought. I just didn't know if, well, first of all, it's not an excuse. I'm busy and all that stuff. But I did have a thought of doing that, yes. I have actually 2 friends of mine that live in that area. He's literally right in front of right behind the building.
Yeah.
So
He's probably one of their neighbors, so.
yeah.
So, I mean, the Anthony Drive neighborhood for the city of Greenfield is a very important part of our city. We've just invested more money into it.
Yes.
So we don't want,
A lot of
whatever you
good
do
people
there
live
has to be better for the city as far as I'm concerned, so, okay?
Okay.
The parking lot, how long did you give him for the parking lot?
I would have to check the staff recommendation, but I mean, a year, does a year seem reasonable?
Yeah, okay. All right, sorry.
I know this motion hasn't been seconded, but I'm concerned about going to midnight, and just because this is a new business, there's been issues with the neighborhood already with it. I'm not opposed to them coming back after, say, a year or so if things are going well with the neighbors. But at this point, I don't want it to go past 11 p.m., I don't think. I think that's late enough for the neighbors, and I would like to see how it goes for extending it any later than 11 p.m.
So the motion right now is from 7 to 10.
7 to midnight is
Midnight.
what was proposed, so that's
Sorry.
why I'm saying 11.
It hasn't been seconded.
Is there a second? I think second by Alderperson Bailey. Now under discussion. Do you want to amend it to change it to 11? And if you do, say that, and then the maker of the motion, the seconder, have to concur.
May I?
Yeah. Technically, no, but I'll let you just because.
Thank you. I wouldn't, I guess it would just be a regular restaurant then at that point. I struggled myself a lot. Again, I'm not trying to butter anybody, but I struggled a lot to get this far, to open it to my hours that I wished for. And it honestly hurts deep inside that like I won't be able to operate what my goal, my dream was. I respect my soon-to-be neighbors. I respect their decision. I've always, I just don't know. I mean, if I was hoping, Mr. Carl was mentioning till he was trying to be generous to like 1. I was hoping to make it, till 2, but now we're going lower. It wouldn't be technically like it would just be a non-liquor place. I would actually even I don't even know.
Okay, so, all right. So the motion's been made and seconded.
I'll stick with my motion. I think 12 is fairly reasonable, unless it fails, I don't know.
I just, and I'm not trying to add more discussion to this because we got to get moving along here, is that most of the bars and restaurants in the city are closing up by 10 these days, unless the couple on Forest Home that are a bit challenged over there, I get it. But generally speaking, right?
I don't argue with that. I was in Chicago over the weekend, and bars on Rush Street closed at 9.
Yeah. And I saw Motley Crue the other night, and I remember back in the 80s that when every bar in West Dallas was open until 2:30 or 3. And it's not like that anymore. That whole generation is. But anyways.
The bars in our city are open until.
So if you're a bar, I just want to be clear about this. If you're a bar, right, your primary business is being a bar, like say the Corner Club on 43rd and Grange, you have a liquor license, right? And the liquor license to be a bar allows you to stay open until 2 or 2:30 or whatever the state statute is now. Open at 6 or 7 and stay open until 2:30, right? If you're a restaurant, the special use controls what your hours of operations are. So even though you might have a license to sell alcohol like a bar, you're limited in your hours to what the special use says. And we enforce that a lot more than we used to because of an experience with, it was Mad Dog, honestly. I mean, that used to be a supper club, and they had a liquor license, and they could stay open till 2, and that place just became a mess.
Go back when it was
horrible.
Yeah. Be me.
I wasn't an alder person at the time, but
It just, so, yeah, it wasn't pleasant. So that's what's going on here, right?
No, I understand.
And
I just wouldn't find it useful, till, I was even hoping, I appreciate that it's even going till 12, but.
Yeah. Because they're approving you as a restaurant. They're not in.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not, sounds like, as a bar.
Bar
And if your
is
dream is to have a bar, then this is probably not the place to be. Just saying.
Understood.
Right?
Motion and second.
Motion and a second. Does anybody want to, she had 11 o'clock, does anybody, to make her motion? They want to keep it at, okay, so there isn't.
There's a
Oh, yeah,
motion on the
that's
table.
right.
Okay, so there are any other amendments? We're incorporating staff comments, we're incorporating the hours of operation, things like the fence, landscaping, the pylon sign, the drive-through, outdoor events, all that stuff has been, I think, included. Okay, would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
No.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
No.
Alderperson Sarian.
No.
It fails. Okay? All right, so when it goes to approving a site plan review, there's no need to go there because as it stands, there isn't a special use to allow business to
Someone
operate
want to
in.
follow up with another motion?
I'm willing to follow up with a motion with everything the same except the closing time at 11 PM.
And I will second.
Okay, motion, it's the same thing with 7 to 11 operation.
Yes.
7 days a week.
7 AM to 11 PM.
7 days a week.
7 days a week.
Okay, motion was made by Akers, second by Collins, would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Okay, now going to item C, which is approving the site plan review. I'd entertain a motion to approve the site plan review as amended and discussed with regard to the special use permit. And these things go into the special use permit, okay? So I'd entertain a motion to approve the site plan review as presented.
Motion approved.
By Alderperson Kastner, second.
I'll second.
Second by Alderperson Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed, motion carries. Okay, the next one. Item 3, public hearing on a special use permit for 7 Heaven Shop, proposed tobacco and CBD retailer to be located at 6009 West Layton Avenue, submitted by Ines Khatum, doing business as 7 Heaven Shop LLC. This is to approve a resolution for the special use permit.
Anyone sign up?
And approve a site plan review. It's immediately adjacent to, okay. So this, Mr. Bartz is the only one that signed up. Are your comments consistent with your last comments on CBD?
Well, don't we have to do the presentation first?
I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
We're good?
Sorry.
That's okay. The applicant is proposing to open a CBD and tobacco store within the multi-tenant commercial building where the subway is located at 60th and Layton. The property is zoned C2, Community Commercial District, which allows that use as a special use. The proposed hours of operation are 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sunday. The applicant intends to sell brand name tobacco products, CBD products, ashtrays, pipes, cigar cases, gift sets, candy and snacks. She anticipates between 20 and 30 customers daily. If this is approved, staff recommends some improvements to the site. The asphalt is heavily deteriorated. The refuse enclosure behind the subway tenant space needs to be repaired. A new board-on-board enclosure where the just bare dumpsters are behind the building. The staff is recommending a new enclosure be constructed. Removal of the asphalt in the alley behind the building where the garbage trucks come pick up. Removal of that asphalt and replacement with concrete so that it doesn't continually be deteriorated and rotted, and that the parking lot is restriped and the potholes are filled. I haven't been on site necessarily, but I did drive by yesterday and it looked like they were actually undertaking some of these improvements already, but I haven't seen the scope of what they're actually doing, but it did look like they had crews on site restriping yesterday, FYI.
Which tenant space is it going in? Which one is it?
It's the just west of Subway, in between Subway and the jewelry store, Genesis. Because of the location, the proximity to Greenfield High School, Plan Commission recommended denial of the special use permit at the June 14th meeting. We've received no letters of objection to date.
Okay. All right, is anyone, Mr. Bartz is here, I'm sorry, go ahead. 8700 West Forest Home, you're speaking against, right? Or registered against?
Thank you. I'm bringing this to your attention again, and with deep respect to all the aldermen, I'm disappointed that you voted for approval on another CBD store, even this evening. So now we have an extra one in Greenfield. Now another one comes up before you in the close proximity of our high school. Those constituents that they think, I wonder how many they predict are going to be the students from the school. I know that the school students go to the Subway store there quite often. And part of the order of business that they said that they were going to have snacks in the store also. I wonder who that's for. People, we have to be really cognizant of what is taking place here. I don't know all your personal lives. I don't know the people that you know. But if you know someone that's died from cancer of the lungs, from vaping or smoking or chewing, you'd be appalled by this. Enough is enough in our community. We don't need these things in our community. You yourselves have said you can buy this stuff anywhere. Go to the gas station and buy it. Go someplace else to buy it. Why do we need another store like this in our community? We don't. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised that there aren't more people in this audience and in our community standing up and saying, we don't need it anymore. We want business, but let's have business that is productive, not destructive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else want to speak for, against, or informational purposes concerning this item? Does anyone else want to speak for, against, or informational purposes concerning this item? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Alderperson Kastner, second by Alderperson Akers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Does the council wish to take an action with regard to approving a resolution for a special use permit for 7 Heaven Shop?
Make a motion to deny.
Motion by
Second.
Alderperson Kastner to deny, second by Alderperson Akers. Under discussion.
Proximity to school has a
And
huge part of it.
we've denied this
Yeah.
in the past. We have denied putting a shop
Right.
like this here before.
The only thing I want to put in the minutes, in the event that somebody comes through to occupy that space again for a special use, they need to put a stormwater catch basin in their parking lot because it wipes out the entire corner.
These things need to be done regardless of
Yeah,
approval
but you can't do
tonight.
it unless
I
there's
mean,
a
they're-
special use permit because it's already approved. So,
But it's maintenance, building.
yeah, but it's
maintenance.
not, yeah, I can't, I've tried to,
I know, but
okay. So motion was to deny, would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Okay. With regard to the site plan review, no action is required tonight, but the owner of the property needs to understand that these items are
Yeah.
continuing
If-
hampering
maybe if they-
the leasability of the property.
Maybe if they're able to sell a property down the street, they'll have more money.
Okay, let's go. Item 4, the pink sheet one. Yay,
Yay,
everybody.
finally.
All right, the public hearing on an ordinance to amend the
survived.
official zoning map, Greenfield zoning map, by rezoning the property located 4400, doesn't have an address yet, South 92nd Street from R2 Single Family Residential Conservation District to PUD Plan Unit Development District PUD 3, submitted by Bill Ohm doing business as Cobalt Partners LLC and Scott Yelk doing business as Cobalt Partners 90 or Cobalt 92 LLC and RJ 92 LLC. This would require approving an ordinance to amend the official Greenfield zoning map by rezoning the property located at that address from R2 Single Family Residential Conservation District to PUD Plan Unit Development PUD 3 as submitted. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Cobalt and Joseph Property Development has recently purchased this 25.5-acre property from Bob Barrell, who was with Supreme Builders, who'd owned the property for quite a while. It's never been developed. It's an undeveloped parcel in the city. The proposal that they're asking for is for multifamily, market rate, walk-up style, 2-story apartments with attached garages. The current zoning is the R2 Single Family Residential Conservation District, and the proposal would be to rezone this to PUD 3 for multifamily residential uses only. So, in the PUD resolution, it would just specifically call out that it's only, this PUD number 3 is only for multifamily residential uses. When the city updated our comprehensive land use map in 2020, we identified this as being a mixed residential parcel, which would support multifamily residential uses. It was no longer single family. We identified it as being mixed residential, so that would support a PUD zoning district at this location. These are the PUD standards for residential uses. So these are the standards that this development would need to adhere to. The maximum gross density allowed in our code would be 15 units per acre. These are the setbacks, the 25-foot setbacks that are in our code. As part of the approval, though, the Plan Commission may waive setback requirements in a way that makes sense for a cohesive development, and there may be in the future the need to do that with some of the easements that exist on the site. The maximum building height allowed by the code for the residential would be 3 stories and 30 feet. Per code, the accessory structures would be allowed at 1 story or 15 feet. At the Plan Commission meeting, the Plan Commission recommended that the accessory structure height be increased so that it not exceed the height of principal structures. And this is primarily to accommodate a higher amenity building that the developer indicated 15 feet may be too small to accommodate the amenity building on site, so they requested a taller accessory height. Plan Commission recommended that be increased. This is the proposed site plan, and right now this had come before the Plan Commission as just an example, a conceptual plan example. So the the proposal here tonight is strictly for the zoning, not for this specific site plan, but this is a conceptual idea of what the developers are anticipating having on site. It would be a mixture of 18-unit buildings, 15-unit buildings, and 12-unit buildings, along with a clubhouse, ample shared green space. There would be a dog walk and a walking trail. The walking trail would connect all the way to the west to the adjacent property, which is the future Elizabeth residences, and it would eventually connect all the way to Cold Spring.
Can I
as
just
proposed.
interrupt you one
Yeah.
quickly? Elizabethan was more than 2 years ago, so their plan is,
Those plans will need to come back before Plan Commission and Common Council. It's my understanding that may be happening soon, but yes, they wouldn't need to go back through for approval. The developer is asking for up to 300 housing units. The conceptual plan that they've provided shows that there would be a total of 264 units, which would be split between one-bedroom units, one bedroom and den. The majority, with 108, would be two-bedroom units, and then 34 three-bedroom units. Again, the amenities on site would include a clubhouse, a pool area, a playground, a dog run, and the pedestrian path that would connect to 92nd Street. The density that was proposed on the conceptual plan is just over 11 units per acre, which is less than the 15 units per acre that would be allowed by right in the PUD code. They're proposing 600 plus parking spaces for the 264 units, which exceeds the requirement for parking on site. So that would be a mixture of garage parking and street parking, which would be a private street, not a public street, but parking would be provided on the street within the development. The mixture of buildings would be 3 12-unit buildings, 8 15-unit buildings, and 6 18-unit buildings. And this is an example of the type of architecture that they are proposing for the development. Again, this is at the conceptual stage, so the proposal tonight is not necessarily for these specific buildings, but this is the type of two-story apartment building that they would be proposing if the property is rezoned and they move forward with the development. Plan Commission recommended approval at the June 14th meeting. To date, we've received 2 letters of objection.
okay, so the way this is going to work, there are a number of people, there's one person, a Peter Warenda, I think it's Peter F. Warenda.
He's back.
Okay, you didn't say what you wanted. For, against, or for information, or?
Well, the one thing I want to know is how many driveways from that area are going to...
Okay, so it's kind of an informational thing, okay. Okay, so someone from Cobalt is here this evening, I believe. So if hopefully he has a pad of paper and he just writes this stuff down. So the way this is going to go, I'm going to go through the informational first, and then I'm going to go registering against but not speaking, and there's a lot of folks that are doing that. And then at the end, there's, I should think I'm going to do the information. I'm going to have him respond to some of the questions, or you're going to respond if you can, okay? And then the registered against, and then speaking against, okay? I think that's how I'm going to do it, all right? There's a lot, and I want to go. All right. So Peter W. or F. It's Warenda, right? 9736. 9136 West Botsford Avenue and 92nd Street. I see that you have a bit of a cane there.
They almost got killed on 92nd with the apartments.
Okay, so your question is how many entrances onto 92nd? That was basically it, right? Fair? Okay. Next person is Ken Lewis, 4334 South 92nd Street, speaking for informational. You have to go up to the mic if you could. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Common Council members, and neighbors. I'm up here because I just don't fully understand what an item like this means. And some things that come to mind, perhaps we can get answered this evening. I live at 4334 South 92nd Street, so I'm right across from the fire department. And I know that since I moved in 6 years ago, there has been a considerable noise increase, and most especially after we've asphalted 92nd Street. The traffic has picked up, and I think that can be very easily documented by your department. So my question is, are we going to see an increase in traffic? And what % of increase will we see on 92nd Street?
Okay. So I'm not answering these questions,
Okay.
but we will get to them. We're writing them down, hopefully some writing them down.
Okay. And as far as the number of units, I heard that there were to be 600 units. Is there any access to any other street besides 92nd Street to get traffic in and out to these 600 units? And if there isn't, and everything is happening on 92nd Street, is there going to be any type of reconstruction on 92nd Street that will be needed as a result of 600 additional units? With the 600 units, I'm sure that we're going to have an increase in crime, just because it brings people into the neighborhood there. What is being done in terms of the increase in crime? What percentage of increase in crime is expected by these folks? What increase in vehicular traffic is expected because of having this there? I noticed that when the apartments were built on 92nd and Layton, we had a big increase in dog walkers. And it makes me wonder if we're going to end up seeing a lot of increased dog walking. And of course, many people don't clean up after their dogs. So that's a concern. I'm just trying to get answers to some of this. I think that's what I have for the evening. If we can get some answers on that, I'd be very pleased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Greg and Jennifer Aschenbrenner, 9275 West Cold Spring, is that right?
I want to talk,
You don't want to talk? You, okay, okay. Next is Marge Keski, 4332 South 92nd Street, for informational purposes only.
Actually, I would probably be changing that to again, based on what I've seen here already, and actually I would like some of those other questions that he has answered.
Okay. Next person is Lee, is it Lee Reynolds? Or Lee R something? Lee 9411 West Cold Spring? Yep. That's you? Okay. If you could come up and spell your last name for us and your address, that'd be great. You had for information only.
REYNOLDS. Good evening.
No, he's here for against, not information.
Okay.
Well, I had some questions, but now it's, since I found out what it actually is, I'm against it.
Okay.
I didn't know how many units there was and
that's fine.
stuff like that.
That's okay. Next person, Cliff Compass. Okay, so Cliff also.
So he's going to speak later.
Oh, you
Is
want
that
to
what
speak?
he's?
You can
he's gonna
speak later, or do you want to speak later?
I'll speak, can I speak now?
You sure? Why not?
All right. Is there any DNR involvement so far? Because behind me, there was a drainage pipe put in years ago on my lot next door.
Next to the fire station, right? Is that the one by the fire station?
Well, I'm on, this would be 9423. It used to be a parcel. Now it's just a garage on the lot. there's not a house on it no more. I took the house away. And it is lower, and the electric company installed a pipe, a drainage pipe, and it's kind of, there's cattails back there. And it is like a retention pond right now, but it was not made by anybody. It was made by the electric company when they did the digging, when they put up their new substation many years ago.
So they can probably talk about the wetland delineation that they
Well,
have to do.
anytime you see cattails, it's usually wetland.
Wetland, so they can talk about that, right?
Because I didn't know if there was any involvement in that
There was always, for every development, there's always wetland delineation. so-
Right. I mean, everything I was ever involved with, anytime we seen that, we had to get the DNR involved.
Yep, okay.
So, but there's only going to be, is there going to be storm sewers installed and everything? And for.
Absolutely.
There's not going to be a retention pond of any sort with that many units and that much of an area?
I'll let them answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay,
That's
good questions. Thank you. Just one thing I did want to point out from the city standpoint, the previous developer and the city had reached an agreement. There's always been a flooding issue and basement sewer backups. As part of this development, it includes, and Mr. Cass can correct me if I'm wrong, upwards of $1 million storm sewer that will carry the water and fix the long problem that we had. But it goes through the site, goes all the way to 99th Street, which is the dead-end road over there, goes to 99th, and it hits an MIS. So part of this development is to try to alleviate the stormwater and the water backups, the sewer backups that have long plagued that area. Did you want to say anything about that, since he's asking about storm sewers and sewers and?
Yeah, so when the prior developer was looking at this parcel and subsequently this development, there's plans to do extensive sewer work to actually make that area better, make drainage better, make sanitary sewer flow better, and it's everything east of 92nd Street, even everything, there a large area north of Cold Spring as well, Plainfield. All that is problems that we've had in the area are going to be alleviated by the city working together with this developer and making sure that we have this new sanitary main that doesn't exist now.
Has this project been kind of approved already, or?
No, it has not.
Okay.
That's why we're here.
Right.
All right. Well, that's all I have for now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Compass is here. He's also, so what typically happens, if some of you go online, it says hearings, you can type in your comments. Mr. Compass is here. He sent a rather lengthy email on July 10th. Some of the and do you want to read your comments, or do you want me to read them, or do you have
go
more?
ahead, but your choice.
I mean, just trying to expedite it as much as, what is the target tenant that the developer has proposed building for? This can make a major difference in the level of neighborhood degradation to be expected. Apartments, and to a lesser degree condos, tend to have high community service requirements due to high occupant density but relatively low tax base increases per occupant. This is not good for the city or the current taxpayers who will be expected to pick up the incremental costs not covered by the incremental tax base change. I can answer that one later, I guess, or respond to it. Traffic and other congestion is always an issue when land is improved. What consideration is being made to handle the increase in traffic, given that the 84th Street project has already caused a significant increase in area traffic? 4, we already have a problem with trash being thrown into the yards along Cold Spring, probably by people with no attachment to the neighborhood, such as those living in the apartments near the expressway overpass on Cold Spring. Will anything be done to ensure the problem does not become worse? Transportation noise and speeding likewise are existing problems that could become significantly worse. The field in question currently has a substantial population of coyotes that travel the neighborhood at night. If those coyotes are displaced, what consideration has been given as to where they may move to and to the dangers that may increase for pets or people who may be outdoors in the evenings, especially smaller pets. I realize that the proximity to large power lines and an expressway make the field in question largely undesirable for single-family homes, so apartments may be the only residential construction type likely to be done in the area. If so, this obviously increases the pressure on city management to change the zoning to get some kind of development in place. Has there been any interest so far in the current R2 zoning construction type or a mixture of single-family and apartments? Have the developers considered any other parts of the city that are already more commercial in nature and in need of development? Will I be getting a direct response to this message, or will it be addressed during the public hearing? It'll be addressed during the public hearing.
Okay.
I didn't call him.
Just to fill in, my name is Cliff Copus. There's no M in there, by the way.
Sorry.
I live at 9500 West Cold Spring Road. That's the other side of Cold Spring from where the proposed development is. And you've read many of my questions and concerns. I do have a few extra I would like to add after I looked at the example development. And I believe you called me and sent that information, and I appreciate it very much. One issue is that...
Wait, I didn't send you anything. Did you send something? Bruce, did I send you it?
Somebody sent
you
me
did,
an
Mike.
email link.
Did I send it?
It's mine, actually.
You?
It's mine. I didn't do it. I talked to him, and you
Okay.
said you
I'm
had
sorry.
Okay.
Maybe I did.
Anyway, somebody sent me an email link with some of this information. And one part of it said that the construction was intended to appeal to young families, but yet when you added up the units, 46% is single bedroom, which I don't regard as family housing. I would feel much better about it if maybe the areas near the power lines and power station were apartments where you're less likely to see demand for single family, but the rest remains single family. I don't know if that's been thought about at all. Mostly because of the density and so forth that large apartment developments include. And you read the part about the coyotes, if they're displaced into neighbors' yards, and they visit my yard on a regular basis at night, and I think a lot of other people here would have the same story. I have trail camera night photographs to prove it. I'm a little bit concerned that it seems like the city's master plan doesn't really mean anything. As soon as somebody comes along with another idea, it's like, oh, well, we'll change everything around. And I guess the issue I have is that a lot of renters, and I haven't seen whether this is intended to be condominiums or apartments for rent. I don't know which way the leaning is, maybe it has not been decided, but renters especially have low neighborhood attachment. So problems that are already in place, trash thrown into yards. In fact, I've had people throw trash at me when I was working in my yard as they drove by. Speeding, we're talking 40 to 50 miles per hour in a 25 mile per hour zone. I have documentation on that that I have personally observed. I did a ride around with one of the Greenfield police officers. We had 47 miles per hour on one vehicle. But similar problems that do not appear to be addressed now that may get worse, and I don't see any consideration being given to how this is going to be addressed. So those are the kinds of concerns that I have, that things that might not be important for a lot of areas. You know, you look at snow removal, you look at public access, you look at runoff. How often do you look at coyotes? You know, there's more things in developing vacant land, shall we say, than might immediately come to mind. So those are the types of concerns that I have, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, those are the only people that I had that wanted questions answered. That doesn't mean that somebody that's registered against or for some other reason doesn't have a question that they can bring up. So I'm going to read the people that are against but not speaking. Terry Schroeder, 9455 West Cold Spring. Gary Schroeder, 9455 West Cold Spring. And by the way, Cold Spring is 2 words. I spent 20 years of my life trying to get it to be spelled right. Just
I'm going to take a 1-minute break, and I'll be back by the time you finish
okay.
reading that.
She has to take a break, but I'm going to continue to read these. 1 minute. Sandra Larscheit, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. L-A-R, right? SCHEIDT, 9505 West Cold Spring. Brad Schroeder, 9455 West Cold Spring. Joel Juraminsky, 8442 West Whitaker. David Meyer, 8717 West Whitaker. John Lackowski, I'm butchering it, sorry, Laczkowski, 4345 South 91st. Linda, same person, last name, 4345 South 91st. Judy Michalski, Michalski, 9080 West Botsford. Anthony Hart, 9069 West Botsford. Those are the people that registered against but did not want to speak. There's more. Oh, you got somebody else that wants? I registered and I wanted to speak too. Well, yeah, I haven't gotten to that yet. These are just, I won't forget you. Okay.
And you have,
That's okay. If you can fill one out and you're registering and
You
don't want to
filled
speak, if you just hand them to the elder person at the end, they can pass them down to me. Or if you want to speak, pass it down to me.
over
So-
here you can hand them
That'd be great.
to her.
Okay, so the next ones we received 2 emails. The first was from Jackie Lean, I hope I pronounced it, Lehn. I don't have your address. What's your address? 9,000 West Botsford, Jackie Lane. We do not want apartments, exclamation point. Keep it as R2 residential dwellings, exclamation point. It would bring a lot of extra traffic on 92nd Street, which Forte Apartments in 92nd Layton already has. Also beginning to get hard to get out on 92nd and Botsford from our subdivision. 92nd should have been widened with curbs and sidewalks and bridge redone to accommodate it, and now you want to put more apartments. We have plenty around us. We live on 90th and Botsford. Thanks, Jackie. That's you? That's your neighbor? Okay. Nicole Vega. Does anybody? Actually, take that back. It's Mike and Nicole Loomis. Are they here? From Nicole Vega's email address, and I don't have an address. Actually, 9020 West Botsford Avenue. When I heard about the ordinance for low-income housing, I was irritated. I was hoping to live my life in this neighborhood, but if low-income housing is developed a couple of blocks from me, I plan on selling. Other homes around me also feel the same. The Forte apartments are nice and not low-income. Wouldn't that also hurt that development? 99% of residents in Greenfield work hard to make the property look nice, but the 1% low-income do not care, and you can tell. We have a couple of rentals around the corner that are not taken care of. I would have loved to live in low-income when I was starting out in my early 20s, but after working hard to get what I have, I should not have to worry about my house value, additional traffic, and possible chance of crime or safety in my property. I oppose low-income and I'm favorable to single housing. Let me know if I can be of assistance. Mike and Nicole Loomis. Okay, the next folks are registered against and want to speak. Hopefully that gentleman's name is in this list. First person, initial K. Zansky. I'm sorry. So did you want to speak?
I think,
If you have to go up to the,
well, I've got the strong voice. But anyway.
no, you have to go to the microphone.
No,
Because it's being, I'm sorry, it's being recorded.
These are more.
These are all me?
Yes.
Krystyna Żużanski, 9127 West Allerton Avenue. I think the all subject all already brought to attention. I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I made you get up then. You could have just said I don't want to. All right. Next one is Mary Hart, 9069 West Botsford.
Good evening, and thank you for letting us speak. My name is Mary Hart, H-A-R-T, 9069 West Botsford, which you just stated. This is my first time ever speaking to a council like this because I'm very passionate about what is being proposed. I have lived in my home for 37 years, and I've been through a fire that destroyed the home and rebuilt it. I was a survivor of the flood of 2008 and lost $20,000 because of the home being damaged. So I'm glad they're talking about fixing that. We've watched the area change significantly, especially with the development of 84 South. I'm all in favor of business. We have increased traffic, which has been mentioned multiple times. We've seen Briarwick Apartments, which is just to the north. We have Westfield Apartments that were just built, that was probably about 20 years ago, right next to the freeway. We have Layton Terrace, which was built for senior housing, and my parents actually lived there. We have Clement Manor just down the road, which is multifamily senior housing. I believe it's called Piccadilly, which is a large apartment complex just west of the freeway. And I can't stress enough, we have so many apartments. Now, I may have been supposed to speak with the question, but what is the calculation of the traffic flow for that road? It's a 2-lane road. What is the vacancy rate of apartments in the city of Greenfield and adjacent communities? Is this really necessary? I really am opposed and want to see it as a single family. I think it was mentioned earlier that when you have apartments, it's naturally, that's not long-term. It's not for people to live somewhere for 37 years and to know the neighbors that we all know. So I really hope that we can keep it as single family and keep it as a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Bob Michalski, M-I-C-H-A-L-S-K-I, 9080 West Botsford.
Guess I don't have to repeat that.
So again, the rules are, if you agree with somebody, just say agree, and then if you have something to add, that
Well, I
helps.
agree with what you just said. My name and address and all that.
What did I do?
Name and
address. You got it right.
Address were correct. Just
You got his address
That's good.
right.
That's the
You
first
even
time somebody
pronounced it
agreed with
right.
me today. That's
You even pronounced it right. That's very good.
Did I do it?
Yeah, very good. My concerns are a number. One thing that did draw my attention was you had mentioned sewer and sanitary and storm improvements. Does it take this development to do that?
Sort of.
I'm just wondering, that's a question. Beyond that, we've lived in our house 38 years. We built it when we got married, and we've done a lot of improvements lately. We're both retired now and have done a lot. I'm concerned about our property value. 84 South, we didn't care for it, but we're ready for improvement just like everyone else. I'm very concerned about the traffic. You're going to hear that a lot, not just on 92nd Street, but Botsford comes right around our house. Oops. It comes in and jogs right around our house and goes down to 85th Street, then jogs over to Allerton and then over, and you can get on the freeway there. So people that live, if this development were to go through, are going to learn, hey, that's a shortcut to get to the freeway. That's going to increase traffic patterns on Botsford and make a nice, quiet residential area into a very busy traffic pattern, which is very concerning to us. So that's a major concern of ours. Outside of that, I kind of agree with what everyone else said. There's a lot of unknown things that can happen. These are people that are going to be transient. You know, they're not connected to the community. A lot of us have been here for most of our lives. So very concerning. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really not trying to be rude when I say please don't clap and just let people talk, because it's a public hearing, okay? The next person is Gerald Dominiak, 4426 South 92nd Street. I should have told you to turn off your phone, right? Just kidding.
I didn't see the sign on the wall.
Yeah, I gotta get one, I guess. I don't know.
So as you heard, I'm right across the street on 92nd Street. We're a young family developing, soon to be having kids. Now, the portion, how everyone was saying, is traffic. My neighbor, actually, his kid got hit on the way home from school. And luckily, me being in healthcare, I was able to go out there and give him a need. So it's not the best thing you want to do right after work. You hear a body flying off of a front of a car. So now you hear more and more people biking. I see lots of people going back and forth. And, you know, as they were saying, 50, 60. You can hear them rev up from the fire station and a slingshot all the way through 92nd Street. So if you had cops sitting there, you would make your entire budget. I'm not
Where is
kidding.
it?
Between the fire station and the bridge, you would make your budget right there. I'm not kidding you. Cops stay there once in a while. I liked what I saw more often. They would sit by the weak energies and then once in a while by the multifamily on the other side, which are not always taken care of as well. So the traffic alone is bad. The only time I can get out of my driveway at a decent time is about 6:30, 6:15 in the morning. Otherwise, I'm worried about getting rear-ended coming into my house. Or I'm sitting there waiting and coming in, and it's just droves and droves of traffic. As I saw up there, was it 2, 3 driveways coming into 92nd Street as the only access. Now, how many units do you have and how many parking spots? You're gonna just multiply it by how many times? All right? Now, I mean, where you pick where you live, you know, for being quieter, family, orientation, all those things, you guys picked an area for your family to grow. Now, if my family grows, now I gotta be worried about my kids going in the front yard. Now you have potential crime. You have potentially getting hit out in front because people are reckless and coming out into my ditch and hitting people. So there's a lot of things going on involved, you know. So where you guys are living and everything else, what if a development comes up by you guys? You guys would be up in the uproar as well. So, and then the next thing on that, it's a flooding, how they did say. That was a welcoming of owning a home the first year and got 6 inches in your basement. Talked to DPW. We looked at the sewer in front of my yard. He said, "Yep, it's moving. If we jet it, ain't gonna do anything. That's on my side." So now, if you do everything west of the highway, what's gonna fix on the east side of it? You know, so that's all gonna be backed up. That's gonna be old. So I mean, you're just redid 92nd Street. That was all ripped up. So why wasn't it addressed then? So we're going to have the old and the new. What's going to happen with that portion of it? And then also, as in it was addressed with the cost of living, are these units going to be low income? I understand that 84 South are like $1,000 to $2,000 to $1,200 for a studio. That's going to bring in a little bit better individual come to the portion. But as again, someone who's going to be, say, invested in the community, because my church is right down the road. You know, I've been in Greenfield all my life. You know, so is that investment gonna happen? The same thing with the crime and everything else. And then, well, yeah, with the cost of unit and everything else, is that gonna drive down our value as well? Because we're working, we're keeping our yards updated, everything, houses updated, everything else. For all that hard work, and then all of a sudden, you know, stroke of a pen, it's gone. You know, because sure in the first 2 years it's a nice looking, all of a sudden, year or two goes by, you know, have a little crime, people ain't gonna stick around, it dwindles. All right, so that's all I got.
Thank you. Just wanted to point out one thing. The sewer system, and this is a whole thing that maybe we can have a neighborhood meeting about the sewers. So the sewers are really kind of screwed up over there, right? And I think some of us realize this. So the only way to alleviate the sanitary sewer problem isn't by putting another pipe in Cold Spring or 92nd Street. The only way to do it is to go through this property, go behind the next property over that's also vacant to get to 99th Street, and then drop it into the MIS, which is a major interceptor. So that's what this is about. So the problems that are on the east side of the street and up by Plainfield even, right, which is north, would be assisted with the installation of the sewer. Just want to make that clear there. Susan Mahalik, McCulloch, I'm sorry, Mahalik, right? 9133 West Botsford.
I just have a question again with the flooding situation. Lo and behold, that Greenfield came out to mark the roads just 2 days ago about the sewers. Are they digging up our subdivision on Botsford at all? They're marked?
They could be cleaning them.
They could be, so.
If there's marks in your neighborhood, it could be something else. It could be utilities, nothing to do with the sewers, nothing to do with
It's
the
marked right on the sewers, all
it's-
green,
right.
green
They-
lines.
Oh, they
right,
mark
if
where they are,
someone's
right? So
the
somebody
city
has a
marks
denim.
where they are to show that utility company not to.
The other thing, we've lived in our home 44 years now too, and we know a lot of the neighbors and have upkept our property. The question being, again, going back to services, not only the fire department, the police department are all stretched right now. What is going to be on the budget for hiring more services? I guess that would be a city question. The other thing, we're at 37% in Greenfield right now with residential and approximately 14% in other communities. We would like to see residential be kept there, or if not, a higher, maybe a 2-unit condominium project go in there. Long-term, not apartments. The other thing is the 92nd traffic has increased also. Just yesterday, I saw a gentleman go through our subdivision on Botsford, tear around 92nd Street, and go down the block. We as a family ride down to Whitnall Park. When are there going to be pavements or, access to Whitnall Park for bicycles? Right now, it's a danger even to be on that street. Our neighbor who had mentioned he got hit up by the nursing home, the cars are trying to swerve around other cars traveling into 84 South. And that's how that happened. We don't need any more individuals hit with traffic. And
90 seconds a problem, right?
90 seconds a problem. You're not going to do it with stop and go lights. They're racing down the street to make Layton. They're racing down the street to make Cold Spring. What I've seen on Cold Spring further out in the New Berlin neighborhood near Eisenhower is that they do have the 30 speed limit bumps, which are yay big. And we don't need that in our subdivision. It'd be nice to have it on 92nd. 92nd cannot afford any more traffic.
Okay, thank you.
So that's about all I have.
Okay, thank you. Next, so I got 2 people that registered against but not speaking. I had Joan Jerkowski, 4265 South 94th. That's right. Then I got a Jim McCulloch, 90, is that right? 9133 West Botsford. All right, now I still haven't got him. All right, next one is Sean McGee, 9157 West Cold Spring. Is he here?
And back.
Did you want to speak?
My name is Sean McGee, S-H-A-W-N, M-C-G-E-E for the record. Do live at the address he stated, 9157.
Are you sure you live there? What is it?
9157 West Cold Spring. I also wanted to let you know that all your doors are locked, and this is an open meeting, so...
The outdoors aren't locked.
Yeah.
They should be locked.
I had to wait for the cleaning lady so I could get back in.
Oh.
Jeff, go check that.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to
I know
lock
they're
until
not.
10 or something. It's not
So
10
that's
yet.
why I wanted to let you know that.
No, thank you. That's not supposed to
away.
be that. That's
First thing, and I'm probably going to reiterate what most people said, but since I live right there on the corner of 92nd and Cold Spring, I see the speeding that has just gone through the roof. I see people almost get hit constantly, and that's ever since the road was redone. The traffic standards that were put in, switched from stop signs now to traffic lights, they do not work. In fact, I routinely see people blow those lights, and that's going any direction. So it's an extremely dangerous intersection. Yeah, there goes my phone. So the other thing is the traffic backups that would also incur from building a complex like this. You're either going to see more traffic come down 92nd to Cold Spring, or when they realize that a shorter way is going down Botsford, or they hit Layton and 84th. We all know that Layton and 84th has humongous backups at this point. Adding more traffic right now is not going to be the answer by putting in a large apartment complex. The crime. We all know that with rentals come into increased crime. I actually work in this field. I see it all the time where I work. Wherever we get new apartment buildings, we also see new crime. And we have that problem with some of the rentals that are currently in the neighborhood. Last summer we had shots fired right across the street from where I live. Cops are out there a number of times. The people will not answer their door, and the cops just go away. A little frustrated about that myself.
Is that in Greenfield?
It is Greenfield, yes.
That would shock me that happened. If you give me the specifics, I can look into that.
Yep. In fact, I was told it was because it was a Mexican holiday. They were probably shooting off their firearms.
You should let me know about that. I would suspect that that's, okay, go ahead, sorry.
The cops are routinely over on about 91st and Cold Spring, constantly making arrests. It appears either for unruly subjects or for DVs, batteries. Like I say, they're over there on a regular basis. We don't need any more of that. In fact, it'd be nice if they left. Flooding. Ever since 92nd was redone, one of the units in the condo complex that I'm also in has constantly flooded. Actually, two of the units have constantly flooded time and time again. And we have had, in fact, one of the residents ended up suing the condo association. Fortunately, that did not go anywhere. They were told to take their complaint to the city of Greenfield because the city of Greenfield did not properly address the issue when that area was redone. They did not have flooding before then. So if you're going to add more of this, all you're going to do is you're going to take away from areas where water can seep through, and now we're going to add to more flooding, which is not what we need. Coincidentally, those are the only two units in the condo complex that have basements. Otherwise, I think we would have other flooding issues. However, we are having settling issues, and these are buildings that were built 15, 17 years ago, and we think that's because of the increased water table. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is Richard Plesselt. I'm not trying to pick, honestly, either. So. Is that right? Is it R-I-E-S-C-H? Reish, sorry. Okay. It looks like Plesselt. 9115 West Botsford.
Yes. My name is Richard Reish. I live 9115 West Botsford Avenue. I think one of the things that a lot of people here have, come in to complain about the situation and are concerned, and justly so, okay? However, the notice was given to us that there was an ordinance amendment for the Greenfield zoning map from a single R2 family residence to a PUD, planning unit development. from what I hear here and from what I hear up here, it sounds like it's an automatic give that this is not, it's changed over to a PUD. And that's not the case, as far as I understand it.
So so the whole point of this public hearing is to say that
According
there's
to
a
notice?
the whole point of the public hearing is to say that there's a proposal to change something from one thing to the next.
Correct.
Which is what this public hearing is for.
That is correct.
Then you're provided notice of that requested change.
Correct. And everyone here
And
seems
everyone
to
within
be.
400 feet of the boundaries of where that is contemplated is notified.
That is correct.
By ordinance. Within 400 feet of the boundary, you should have gotten a letter.
Right.
And we have a list of all, I mean, just like the last public hearing, we have a list of everywhere it was sent.
Not questioning that whatsoever, but it's for a hearing on a zoning change.
That's what this is right now.
Okay. But everyone here seems to be identifying that it's already changed. That's my point.
Who's doing that?
In terms of the families here have been told, in terms of the notice itself, basically they've given no notice other than this.
That's the notice that you give.
Correct, sir?
Nothing's changed.
Correct, Mr. Mayor. My question is to a situation where we're showing problems with a new development. We don't know what the development is because there hasn't been a zoning change as of yet. They're concerned about what the development is. So in essence, we should be talking about the zoning change from single families to apartments to a PUD. It would be nice if members of Greenfield would identify exactly what that change would mean to each of us in terms of a proposal through Cobalt and so forth. We are just given a notice. I'm not even sure what a R2 single-family residence is. I'm not really sure what constitutes a PUD. If a PUD is involved, a lot of people are concerned about public housing. PUD, I'm assuming, is a federal mandated type of situation.
Not
Is
even
it
close.
state?
No. So
What
what a
is it?
PUD is, it's one of the most restrictive kinds of zonings. A PUD stands for Planned Unit Development.
Got that.
And what ends up happening with the zoning, it specifically says what it will be.
Does
So
that-
so when you're looking up at the screen, kind of, or if you go, can you go back to the, so see that?
I see that.
That's a standard for PUD. It says there shall be this much open space, see that? The standard is, how many units there will be per acre, what the setbacks are.
I
Those
understand.
that's what a PUD is. It's a zoning.
Does it also go by changing the zoning, go to a situation that now we have changed to a PUD, that now we are required to have subsidized housing within that particular development? There's
And
no-
I'll let the developer discuss that, but there's
Okay,
no
that's a
subsidized
question.
housing here. There's no workforce housing. There's no senior housing.
But does
There's no
PUD
low-income housing. There's no David Crowley wrote something in the paper about. There's
But
none of
does-
that. This is extremely expensive apartments.
I realize they're expensive
As I understand
apartments. Okay.
So
with that in mind, in terms of that, we have a number of things we're going on. And
I'm not trying to be facetious, just so you know,
I understand that. Okay.
apologize.
But I would also like to know, with additional changes, whether there are some requirements to add in public housing within the development. And I don't know if that's the case or not.
And I'll let.
Because we really weren't given any information other than there was going to be a hearing. So, questions that are coming up, do we have, it's zoned for single-family dwellings at this point in time?
What is R2? I don't remember what R2 is.
R2?
Single-family residential conservation district.
And townhouses?
No, just single-family.
Just single.
Okay. it seems that all of a sudden, even our alderman didn't know that this was basically a single-family development itself.
He knew that it wasn't.
He identified to me today that it was a PUD zoning.
That's what it's being turned into.
I know that's what it is.
Right.
But if he didn't understand, the rest of us didn't understand either, because he has the insight to Greenfield. So one point that I wanted to make with regards to this. Okay. It seems like to some degree that the developer might be steamrolling Greenfield, seeing that other developments they had in there. That's a concern of mine itself. It's just statements.
No, that's good.
It's
That's
just
good.
statements at this point in time, and concern and questions. We have enough apartments, whether these PUDs are condos or basically apartments. We've seen situations where condos have been built and they can't stand condo units there, and they're turned into apartments. So we have a new area here, 84th Street development, just south of north of Layton Avenue. We have apartments there. We have large apartments going east of 92nd Street, north of the freeway. I don't know what they're called. Oops, excuse me. We have apartments all up 92nd Street, Briarwick, or whatever. We have apartments going down Howard Avenue. We have apartments going north on 84th Street. We have enough apartments. This was zoned for residential, single-family units, not condos, not apartments, and not, my point is, I'm not looking for a change in the zoning, which is what we're here for.
Right.
There are apartments along any number of places. We also have the seniors, as was explained before, Layton Terrace, senior apartments there. There are senior apartments in terms of all throughout that area. Residential areas, single-family residentials are at a minimum in our geographic area. We eliminated a residential area, single-family, with the development of 84th Street on Layton Avenue. You wiped it out. Why did we went to, and you put up apartments there? We have enough apartments. We need, it's zoned residential, let it be residential. Traffic along 92nd is already busy and dangerous. We've heard tonight a child got hit. We also learned tonight a resident across the street from where I live on 91st and Botsford nearly got killed on 92nd Street, right across the street from the 84th Street apartments where they have the dog walk. These changes by having apartments in are going to create an additional menace to the community and to my subdivision. Again, we're here to talk about rezoning. I don't think it should be rezoned. I'd be very pleased for Cobalt to come in here and put up single family, be the developer for a single family development there. In terms of the whole situation, if they bought that particular property with the idea of changing it, and they felt that they could change it because they're a big developer in the Greenfield community, I think they made a mistake with that. I think you people would be making a mistake if you went along with that zoning change. Halliburton Heights, which is the subdivision in which I live, has had storm sewer problems. Now we have day glow paint on our street. And our alderman, as I mentioned before, didn't know that this was not a PUD already. I just hope that this doesn't mean the city of Greenfield will be railroaded into a zoning change for a new development. I worry that suggestions and zoning changes are going to be automatically changed, and the groundbreaking based on these green lines in our subdivision is an automatic situation that this is going to be done without really any concern of the residents itself. It would have been nice for this notice to come with the development changes for the people within the 400-foot radius of the property itself, because in essence, most of the people didn't know what was planned for this. I think the city did a sad job in saying, this is what's going on. They didn't say this is what's the suggested amount or suggested going on. They just basically stated this 3-paragraph statement identifying that they were going to hold it. The day I got the notice, I called up the number on here, and I was greeted by a message indicating that the person that would have to be asking questions to was not available and was out on vacation, I'm assuming vacation, and wouldn't be back for over the weekend or for, I believe, 1 or 2 days after. How convenient.
So just from, because I'm also the administrator of the city, when you heard that message, it all say, if you have any questions.
I listened to another
Just saying,
thing.
because we
The
don't
same
just
woman-
leave you out in no man's land.
Yeah,
We try
the-
not to anyways.
The same woman that left the message before stating that she wasn't available. If you had additional questions, dial that number. I did. Sounded like the exact same woman's voice and said, leave a message.
So just so you know, most city employees, and I guess I'm an elected official, even when we're on vacation, we take dozens and dozens of calls.
Well,
you know
for
that?
whatever reason, she wasn't going to be available.
Didn't, okay. But Andrew was there to answer those calls, I believe. Okay, all right, so is that, you good then?
That's
Last
my
one.
statement.
That's it? All right, thank you.
Any questions of me?
I don't think so.
Okay, great, thanks.
Tim Kern, 9225 West Cold Spring. That's the last one. Is anybody else registered to speak for, against?
One over here, Mike. I don't know.
Did I miss somebody?
Thank you, Your Honor, council members. I'm Tim Kern. I live at 9225 West Cold Spring Road. I've lived there for 26 years. My wife was born and raised there. Most of what I've got to say has already been touched on, so I will strive to be brief. Traffic, 600 parking spaces is what they're talking about. To me, that means 600 cars morning, 600 cars in the evening, all coming up and down 92nd Street, going up and down Cold Spring Road. Cold Spring Road, as many of you know, is a very narrow road. There's barely any shoulder to it at all. Yet at the end of the road, there's Alan Kowicki Park with ballparks. There's always, especially in the summertime, there's always kids and pedestrians and people riding bikes, on foot, walking dogs. And there's, even now, before any kind of further development, there's people flying up and down Cold Spring Road. and I can't imagine that this would make it any better. The subject of apartments versus condos, yeah, I don't see that we need more rental units in our area. I mean, because people in rental units just do not have the commitment to the community. And, you know, I don't see that improving our lot. Drainage has already been touched on, and yeah, I would love to see more work done on that. But as it is now, all of the properties on the south side of Cold Spring Road drain into that field back there and eventually drain into the river. If we're going to put in a storm drain, what does that mean? All of that water, all that storm water that's currently being naturally filtered is just going to dump straight into the river? That's not good. The noise has been raised. As it is, it's already very noisy back there, with the freeway going through. A mention of 3-story buildings. I can't think of anything in the neighborhood that's three stories high. Maybe a couple of places, but that was just to have 18 new buildings that are all 3 stories high. That's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. And crime was mentioned, and it was earlier mentioned that those are gonna be private roads back in there. Well, who's gonna be patrolling them? Greenfield Police? Is that the plan? Greenfield Police is gonna be patrolling private roads? Who's paying for that? That's pretty much what I have that hasn't already been spoken of, so thank you very much for your time.
So what was your name?
I'm going to change to again.
You're in here somewhere. I'm sorry. All right. Go ahead.
And speak.
And if you could just say your name and your address, that would be helpful.
It's Marge Keske, Keske, 4332 South 92nd Street. I'm right across from the fire department. So I just ask that you keep this zoned residential, single-family residential. I've been a resident in Greenfield for half my life and lived in West Dallas the other half of my life. I actually just moved back to Greenfield now 5 years ago. And one of the reasons I moved back here is because West Dallas has gotten so bad. So I've been a landlord, I've been a homeowner, I'm a homeowner now, I was a homeowner then, but I've also owned several businesses, one of them being construction. So I understand and agree with all the traffic concerns. You know, if we turn it into condos and they don't rent out, that they could become rental properties. And the biggest thing really is you probably are looking at your tax basis, which I understand originally looks great, but when we go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road, how are these rental units gonna look? And they're not gonna rent out for as much as they are now. And that's the biggest problem I had as an owner of rental property, is I couldn't get good quality tenants in because a property that's 20 years old isn't gonna rent for what it does when it's new. So the other concern that I have, of course, like everyone mentioned, is the traffic. It takes me 10 minutes to get out of my driveway now. With the traffic comes increased garbage. So if you walk up and down 92nd Street any time of the day or night, even on my way here, I have garbage all over my yard. People drive by, they walk by, they throw things, especially cigarette butts, all over the yards. I'm constantly picking it up. 92nd Street, as everyone mentioned, is used as a drag strip. The second thing is school attendance. What's going to happen if we add in 300 units? Now we're trying to bring in families to Greenfield. How is that going to increase the school attendance to Whitnall? That's the Whitnall School District. And how is that going to affect longer term building out new things for the school? And are we going to have to work with Hales Corners and Franklin to get approvals for all of those needs that those families are going to have? Of course, as everyone else mentioned, another concern I have is crime. As those properties age, they're not going to be able to be rented for as much. And unfortunately, what I'm seeing back in West Dallas when I lived there 5 years ago, Dan Devine stopped issuing new alcohol permits. So they'll renew them, but they aren't issuing new ones. What I'm seeing is a lot of that is coming into Greenfield. So people are looking to get CBD licenses, they're looking to get alcohol licenses. And my concern is that Greenfield is becoming West Dallas South.
We're not going to do that.
And that concerns me.
Yeah, me too.
That concerns me.
No offense to West Dallas.
Yes, and then the fourth and my final point is with all of these people and all of the multi-units becomes garbage. In West Dallas, they have a huge rat problem. It's a rat infestation. And I'm very concerned that the more traffic you're bringing in, as these units age, that you're going to get a lot more of this garbage, and that rat infestation that's currently in West Dallas is going to come up here to Greenfield. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. All right, so those are all the people that registered that I got pink slips on.
We got another guy back here.
Oh, you never, did,
But I didn't hand it in.
oh, well, if you hand it in, that'd be great. Did you want to speak as well? Okay, if you can, come up here, and then when you're done speaking, give it to us, all right? And that was the last one. Anybody else? Okay.
Okay, I'm not good at this, so I'll give it a try. I live at 9411 West Cold Spring. My name is Jacqueline Reynolds. We've probably, according to the audience here, we're the second longest. We've been there 43 years. And my backyard is the lots, the empty lots. We look at the electric company, which is in bad repair. We hear the motors running. It's not a good site. Now 84 South, we look at that. When we sit at our dining room table, we see this monstrous 3-story lit up like a, Christmas tree apartment building. Cold Spring is like a racetrack. You go from South Ridge, Pick and Save the store, and you race to Walmart. 45 plus. I seen my neighbor across the street get hit by a car. He died 6 weeks later. He was an elderly man coming to get his mail, and I'm walking out to get mine. So we're just going to have more of that. We have more traffic. When we came here in 1978, it was residential. We lived 22 years in our second lot that we still own. We tore down that house. We built a new house. And we did lose money for the flooding. I agree, that's a problem, but why wait for a big conglomerate apartments to do this? This should have been done a long time ago. We pay extremely high taxes. We pay $8,000 just on our house. We pay $2,000 on our lot. And I don't feel we should have apartments. It's land. Sure, a lot of it is flooded with cattails. And I'm sure they'll take care of that some way. They'll wiggle that. But it should be residential housing. We have apartments just totally around us. And it's not what we came for. And, we're going to leave our house to our kids. We hope they continue to live in the area, but it's going downhill. Piccadilly is crime. There's crime all around us. So that's what I got to say.
Okay, thank you. If you, can you drop, just so I get it, I don't want to lose it, okay?
So I'm definitely against it.
Yep. Just a couple quick things that these are like the city questions, right? So every year in the city, I need to increase, the only way that everyone talks about taxes, right? And everybody thinks, okay, you're going to raise the assessment on my house, my taxes are going to go up, right? So the way it works is there's a levy. It's the total amount of taxes that I can collect and how it's divided among everybody, right? So if everybody had a $100 house and you paid $50 in taxes, pretend, and tomorrow your house went up to $200, everybody's house went up to $200, you'd still pay the same exact amount of money, but your tax rate would be less, half, right? Just so everybody understands that. Things like 84 South, Greenfield is 11 square miles, that's what it is. And it's all developed, for the most part, right? The only way that I can raise the levy to pay for police and fire protection, because they're union contracts, okay, and for the health insurance, and for the raises of the 200 some employees that the city has, is if we have growth of 3.4% per year. That will cover a 2% raise for the employees and a 5 to 10% increase in health insurance premium. That's it. So I need 3.4% just to do that. That doesn't include anything else. That doesn't include buying police cars. That doesn't include buying salt. That doesn't include any of that stuff. So every year, it gets more and more difficult to do that. And we go through this every year during the budget process. Okay? Things like 84 South. You can gripe about it. Do you know what 84 South was worth before it was developed? Anybody have a guess? About $7 million. Do you know what it's worth now? Huh? It was 44 or 48 homes. It wasn't 75. And every one of those people that had their home got more than their home was worth. But do you know what that entire corner is worth now as tax base to the city? Do you know what what it's worth now? 196 million.
Taken away from Southridge.
Southridge is dying.
Exactly.
So most of the traffic that comes on 84th Street, and this is the thing that I'm a little, so it used to be when Southridge was busy, I used to shop at Southridge, parked by the Sears Auto Center every time I went there, right? Always walk through this, right? That place was packed. The parking lot was packed. Most of that traffic came down 84th Street, came down 92nd Street, came down to two-lane Layton Avenue at the time. That's what it did. Traffic was backed up on the freeway. That's why they put the extended ramp in, right? The lane. Because it would be backed up on the freeway and stopped just to go to Southridge. Southridge is pretty much dying now. How many people do you think live within 5 miles of 84th and Layton? Anybody have a guess? 270,000 people live within 5 miles of 84th and Layton. How many households do you think there are within 5 miles of 24th or 84th and Layton? I believe it's 170,000 distinct households. That's a lot of people. I just want you all to recognize that. So when someone says it's 600, 300, you're talking about 250,000 people within 5 miles. 92nd Street. We could be here, and this is relating to 92nd Street. Jeff and I could talk about 92nd Street for days with all of you. It's a county highway. It was done shitty. The drainage problems weren't solved. It looks like they just got enough money just to make it better than it was because it was an absolute train wreck prior to that. We had discussions about sidewalks, we had discussions about curbs, we had discussions about drainage improvements, we had all sorts of discussions with the county.
I wanted sidewalks and a bike path, but
That's what we wanted. It's not our road. Now, the county would let us pay for it, and if you, just to be clear, that's probably about a $3 to $4 million fully improved project. They didn't put anything near that into it, and they butchered what they did, because they're broke. So when it comes to 92nd Street, I completely empathize with you, and why the bridge is offset, I still can't figure that out. I don't know, right? So I empathize with 92nd Street. There was some discussion about, and I forgot the name of the street, the cut-through street, Botsford, right? So what the city's been doing, if you go down 76th Street, you'll see where there's a new Five Guys restaurant. That used to be homes. There used to be a street, and people would cut through that. So what the city's trying to do is we're trying to cut off access to neighborhoods. So it runs into two problems, right? The people that are on that street kind of go, yeah, cool, you know, my kid's not going to get hit by a speeding car. The people that aren't on the street, on either side of it, who like to speed through in front of your house, that live in your neighborhood, by the way, a lot of times too, right, get pretty angry about it. But I think most of us up here agree that if there's a way to protect the neighborhoods, we'll do that. Okay? Bicycles and everything on 92nd Street, Alderperson Bailey is always bending my ear, actually you all are, bending my ear about, you know, there's schools, there's kids that walk on 92nd Street. There are people now with bikes that bike on 92nd Street all the time to get to the Parkway or to get to Kowicki and Cold Spring. So now we're putting the power line trail in, which many of you may know about, right, on where the power lines are. So we're trying to do all this stuff, but we can't, I can only raise taxes so much. It pays for health insurance and raises, because we have to be competitive to retain the best employees that we have, because that's how you are efficient, and that's how you stay out of trouble. So we have to apply for grants. We have to do everything under the sun to try to get this money, right? We dumpster dive for grants and funding constantly, just so you understand. But 92nd Street's a concern. Apartments, you're absolutely right. I've lived in Greenfield since 1963. I graduated from Greenfield High School. I moved back to the city. I graduated from the high school in 81. I don't know, got it 40 years ago, on Monroe, right? Been doing this for 17 years, I think, which is crazy. Never thought I'd be doing this for 17. I never thought I'd be doing this, I'll be honest with you. Either did she. I used to throw snowballs at her when she was little. She lived down the street from me.
I grew up, I am sorry.
Yeah. Anyways, so what we're trying to constantly do is we're trying to increase the value of our community by getting high-quality development. You would be amazed at how many people, and they're usually from Indiana, show up wanting to put in apartment complexes that look very much like Westfield or Piccadilly or some of the old stuff that's in the community. That is just a disaster in many respects for the community. Because a lot of the things that people say about that stuff is sort of true, right? Cobalt, this guy over here and his company or partnership or whatever, did 84 South. He bent over backwards with the people that lived there to the point where I run into Mary Fagan, who used to live on whatever street that is, where Portillo's is now, basically. She sends me cards. I think she sends him cards. He's invested in our community when most of these Indiana real estate investment trusts want to come in and build these stick buildings with shitty roofs and vinyl siding that will truly fall apart within 5 to 8 years after they sell them. And I'm sorry I swear a lot. I swear, and I haven't dropped bad words yet. But
It's after 10, I think you're okay.
well, it's not going to last. I'm holding it in, right? And I quit smoking a year ago, so it makes it even more difficult. So when you find developers that are willing to put in high quality, expensive stuff, right? The city, I reach out to them because you can't, the single family homes, do you know how much it costs to build a single family home now? Per square foot? $250 to $300 a square foot. So to build a 2,000 square foot ranch, you're going to spend $600,000 to $700,000 on a house that you can probably sell for $350,000. So single family homes are not getting built for a very long time at current pricing structures. Apartments, how much is an apartment worth? An apartment unit is worth about $200,000 or more per unit. That's value. That helps me pay for cops and stuff, as long as they're good ones. Just the city standpoint, okay? The sewer thing is real. So why didn't you just put the sewer in and fix the problem? Because it goes all the way across this property.
They also told us it wasn't a mistake or a problem.
There's no mistake. The problem is that when you build things over the course of time, people just put things in and put things there. Some of this stuff happened when the city was a town, right? Way back when? Huh? Maybe not by you, I don't know. But 92nd Street has been a quarter section street for a long time. So is Layton, so is 84th Street. So the reality is, in order to solve the problem, to really solve the problem, it requires extending a sewer from 92nd Street all the way to 99th Street along this property to get into the MMSD MIS system, which is way the heck down there. That is the only way to relieve this problem.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I have a question. When the electric company was built, the dust was so bad, I couldn't open my door or hang wash or do anything for like 8 months. I called the Department of Air and whatever, and they came and they shut it down and made them hose the roads. Is that going to happen with this construction?
I don't even know we're going to get to this construction. So yes, the answer, and some of these are city questions, and so the answer is when there are construction sites, they have watering trucks, they're supposed to be doing all this stuff. When we have a project going down in Edgerton and Alderperson Castner's district, right? That it doesn't matter if the wind is at 30 or 40 miles per hour, it doesn't matter how often you water it, the dust is gonna come. I mean, that's the truth, and I don't know how to, well, cover it with a tarp, you can't, right? So anyways, I'm just trying to look at my, is there any other city questions?
Yes, there was always talk about a road coming through for the electric company, so they would have a road.
There is no road going through. The electric company sold everything except where the power station is, basically to a different person, Bob Byral, 10 years ago. Bob had an approved plan for side-by-sides at this site, or went through the conceptual stage.
It came through the conceptual stage, yeah.
Yeah, but
He
it was
he never moved forward beyond that.
We had an agreement with him to try to get the sewer done. And then he got sick. And then he sold it.
So are these gonna extend all the way down Cold Spring to like where 96 to 98?
No.
Is over there?
No.
'Cause
So
that's the other part of the property too, right?
can you pull up Google Earth or not?
It doesn't connect.
It doesn't connect. There's another parcel in between where there was this talk of this Elizabethan senior center kind of thing. That was approved 4 or 5 years ago, and then it didn't go anywhere, and then about 2 or 3 years ago, they came back. So this doesn't go all the way to 96, this
99th.
99th, excuse me, doesn't,
The plan is to have a
It's-
pedestrian trail all the way to 99th, not a
it's,
road trail.
it's where you see, where it looks tan right here, that's, can you see it? That's about where this is. If you go further west,
Right, yeah, that's where I'm talking.
that was supposed to be a different development. As part of this project, there's supposed to be a pedestrian path that goes from 92nd Street all the way to 99th Street that will hook up with the trail, right? Right there.
Follows the highway, there.
So that was part of the plan there. So, okay, now, can you answer some of these questions? All right.
Good evening, Scott Yauk with Cobalt Partners. And thank you guys for all coming out. Appreciate, just the involvement of the community. I think it's important. And, we certainly pride ourselves on the projects we work on in the city. We've always tried to really kind of do the right thing, I think, in dealing with the community. And we're certainly glad to even conduct an informational meeting at some point or work on some of these issues, traffic and otherwise, as this project progresses. A couple things just to be clear, this is not subsidized housing. This is not low-income housing. In fact, the units that you see up there today are probably approaching $300,000 per unit in terms of project costs. So, I mean, that represents, a $70 million development project. The density at 11, about 11 units per acre, I think, 11 to 12, is a really low density. Forte over at 84 South is about 35 units per acre. And, you'll see proposals anywhere 35 to 40, 50 units per acre. So this is really intended to be low density. The mayor's comments really were right. The cost to build single-family housing right now is $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, really what you're seeing. You see that in Oak Creek on the project they're trying to do at the lakefront. I don't know what the success has been on that, if the market can even support those kind of numbers. By design, the housing style here was intended to be much more of a townhouse-type housing than kind of some of the comparisons to Piccadilly and some of the other projects in the area. These are really smaller buildings, 12 and 15 and 18-unit buildings, side-by-side townhouse-style buildings, separate garages. I know there were references to 600 units. It's not 600 units. It's around 270 units, again, to get to that density level. The idea is about transient living and people not being part of the community. I think that's changing. I mean, rental housing is really becoming almost the norm, probably unfortunately, but that's just kind of what's going on. across the country. Single-family housing is expensive, and you're not seeing a lot of it built. So we were proud of this kind of a development as just a different style that's not really available within Greenfield and really not much in the surrounding area, much more of a townhouse-style unit intended to kind of feel more like a neighborhood than not. And I think the intention there is longer-term tenants, and typically these types of buildings do see that. The three-story issue, and I'm just kind of going through the notes I had too, I don't know that, I mean, we could back that down to 2 stories. There's no intention to be 3 stories. I don't know if it's just the height of the gable that's dictating that, but in terms of stories, there would only be 2 stories in the building. So if that, you know, alleviates some concern, we can change that or modify it. A lot of the issues, again, were things related to traffic, crime, you know, I mean, I think I'd take some exception to crime. I mean, I think it's a function of, first of all, these rents aren't going to be inexpensive. They'll be more expensive than the Forte. So this isn't, again, something where I'd associate a lot of crime. Traffic, certainly, as we proceed with site plans and other approvals that have to come, there's traffic studies that are done as part of that. We're glad to do an informational meeting or neighborhood meetings as this thing progresses. Maybe there's some things we can work on related to 92nd Street, whether there's bike paths, sidewalks, other things that the project could potentially absorb. You know, we'd have to work through that and understand what that would mean and what there's even jurisdiction to do, being that it's a county highway. You know, we've done market studies. I guess the question about enough apartments and demand for the apartments, there's a lot of demand. I think we've shared some of that with the city, certainly, and staff. We can make that available with the, you know, there's a lot of studies that certainly the demand can be supported. We're not concerned about this being, you know, vacant or not having the demand there within the marketplace. Are there other questions? I'm just same thing, kind of going through comments, you know, tax base, demographics, traffic, trash, speeding, coyotes. I'm not sure what to say on that one, but
Did you hear them howling at night?
Yeah.
That's,
are there questions I can answer, you know, to the council?
I had a question. You kind of said it, but working with the county in that on the roadway about sidewalks and pedestrian paths. Also, I know there were some concerns about dogs walking in that. I would assume with the walkways you have proposed in this design that a lot of your residents that are walking dogs and whatnot, since you're putting a dog run and stuff like that in there, would be, I would think for even safety purposes, would not want to be out on 92nd Street walking their pets.
Right.
But I would assume also the neighborhood might be encouraged to walk in your area too.
Sure.
As a safe place for you to take your pets and whatnot too.
Yeah, I mean, on the conceptual site plan, I don't know if we can flip back to that, but I mean, there's a lot of work that went into one, a fair amount of green space, but also the walking path, the connection, and then utilizing the area under the utility easement for, you know, a walking and connection, dog runs and so forth.
so we can't, so this is, and I'm not trying to, there's this idea that everybody,
It seems like he's answering questions like this is a vote on the project, not a situation where they're discussing zoning change.
well, so this is the,
Your discussion right now, it's a go for the zoning change. Why do we even have?
so this is probably my fault then, right? Because and I'm a lawyer, okay? And I don't take great pride in that sometimes, but I am a lawyer, okay? So the way that the law works is you make a request to change your zoning, right? He comes to the city, somebody comes to the city, you come to the city, you know, I want to change the zoning on my house, right? Well, what do you want to do? I want to change the zoning, right? So when folks like him come along to the city, I say, well, why do you want to change the zoning? Well, you know, it's really kind of none of your business. Why I want to change the zoning? I want to put apartments there. And I'm like, well, what kind of apartments do you want to put there? Well, if they're from Indiana, they want to put really shitty apartments, and they don't want to show them to me because they want, huh? No, those are the people that come though. So what happened in this situation, because we're talking about zoning, it's like, I want him to explain to everybody what he actually wants to do, as opposed to generically following the law when he comes in and saying, well, I want to put apartments in. I want to put 275 apartments in.
Everyone here is in agreement, put it, keep it zoned the way it is.
Right.
Okay, we're happy with that. The only ones that seem to be sold on changing the zone are right up on this stage above us.
Yeah, well, so just for one, I need to sort of cut you off a little bit. One, this isn't a stage. These people don't get paid like millions of dollars to come up here and make Donald Trumpian kind of decisions about real estate. Well, I was talking more about a developer as opposed to being a Republican or a Democrat, because he used to be a Democrat. But the point is that they're trying to do what's in the best long-term interest of the city. They want to know, if they do this zoning change, what is it that what's gonna be there, right? Because this same zoning change, without the PUD and attaching what it actually is, could be generically really bad for the city. It could be a Piccadilly, not a $300,000 per unit complex. To be clear, a $300,000 per unit complex requires about $2,500 to $3,000 a month in rent. That's a lot. That's more than I don't pay any. That's more than house payments are,
yes,
right?
yes, more
Your
than a
house
house
payments are probably less than the rent for these places, without exception. And there are other people that will come along and put apartments just like this in that are $1,800 or $1,500 a month and are garbage and will create all of the problems that you want.
Don't want.
Or don't want, sorry.
How many families live in a 300,000 building?
So all I can tell you is at 84 South, and as being mayor, I'm kind of lucky sometimes because I get to go where other people sometimes can't go while things are under construction. I walked through that and I saw 1,200 square foot, 800 square foot studios, one bedrooms, right? And the rents in there are averaging about $2,000 a month, I've been told. They just raised it, the rents, and it's 95% full. There's a waiting list, and they keep 5% open just because they do something with whatever they do. It's full. They're more. So this is, yeah, I mean, that's a big global issue, but the people that are at 84 South, there's a shortage on this side of town with close proximity. We're 8 minutes downtown, right? We're 4 or 5 minutes to the airport. We're 12 minutes to Brookfield, right? That's what we are. We're close to everything next to the freeway.
Close to your parents.
So the people at 84 South, and I walked around there one night. I lived across the street in the apartments at Supreme Court, by the way, and the people that live in Supreme Court, which is right across from Portillo's, I lived there for 2.5, 3 years. Really nice people, and there was almost no turnover, and it's almost impossible to get into those apartment units, just so you know. I can't speak for Piccadilly, and I can't speak for Westfield, and I can't speak for these other ones. But the well-run places do extremely well, and there's very little turnover. The average age in that apartment was probably 50. 84 South, the average age is probably 25 to 35. When I was walking around,
In a 300,000 unit building.
I don't think many families do. I think it's one or two.
Proposing, I'm asking, how many families are going to live in this unit? it's called?
Well, I mean, there's about 268 apartments.
In each unit?
No, total number of units.
Okay.
Right.
But I mean, in each building, they're not all connected, are they?
No, they range from
Andrew, show the picture.
12, 15, and 18 unit building. So the buildings aren't, what you're seeing, we have a building with 200 units, like, the Forte is, those buildings are, 80 to 100 units each.
So based on this, it looks like there's about 120 that are That's,
Husband and wife is still a family, isn't it?
husband and wives are still family.
I could live in a one-bedroom?
I have a question. You know, I would still like to see R2 single-family in this area. That's where it's been for many years, and I'm hoping that at some point in time, we can put in single-family housing. My question would be, would the market change if we put everything on hold here? Would the market change where you could possibly put in single-family housing in several years to come?
I mean, I don't see how it becomes affordable. You know, I don't know that cost, you know, lumber's come down a bit, and steel, but, you know, I don't know that numbers are gonna come back to where they were before. I mean, we're seeing, the comment the mayor made earlier was really pretty accurate. I mean, I think they'd have to sell for $600,000. And I don't see that becoming affordable. Interest rates are going up right now, pretty significantly.
Have you ever figured out how many houses you could put in there?
It'd probably be 120 maybe, 110, 120, depending on the lot size. I mean, that'd be a pretty small lot size, though. I mean, if you went to a quarter acre, you know, but then you've got circulation and roads, so it may be even fewer than that.
We still have an open public hearing?
Yes.
Are we still in a public hearing? We are. There's one person who has not spoken yet. I'll be generous. If you could come to the microphone, I'd appreciate it if you have some questions. And if you could fill out one of these pink slips, if you could fill out one of these pink slips
I
before.
did, that's what I say, but I said I wasn't gonna speak.
Oh, you did,
I was
okay.
against it, but I didn't, wasn't gonna speak. First of all, did you say that a PUD is a very restrictive type of zoning?
It defines what the development is. So we'll say something like, there will be 88 one-bedroom, it'll say stuff like this, right?
Because it seems to me there's like, well, we'll do something with the traffic, or we'll do something with the sewer. Wouldn't all of that have to be put in before you would rezone it to a PUD?
So
It'd have to be very
the
specific,
developer
wouldn't it?
agreements that the city has are like, and maybe Andrew they're like this big. All right, they're like, they control everything that you could possibly imagine. Lady was asking about, you know, DNR and runoff and water going into the river. All of those things are subject to DNR and MMSD rules and all sorts of water quality, water quantity things. All of that's in there. In the event that there need to be easements to put a sewer through, a sanitary sewer through, all of that will be defined. The agreement to clean the sewer will be defined
That
somehow.
would all have to be done before it's rezoned to a PUD?
No. So this is the
So a
thing.
PUD is not necessarily restrictive. You
So
say
we're not going to enter into an agreement.
you could do a PUD and then, well, but
and
we won't
fudge
do
it
this,
so
we'll
we
do
could come in
this.
here, so they could come in here and lie to you, get something through to get the zoning changed, and
No,
then
I would like to know, you know, it would seem to
That's
me
not
that
how
you
it
should know
works.
have everything figured out ahead of time before you do it. Secondly, I tried to look up PUD online, and I got page after page after page, and.
there's a lot of requirements to a
Yeah.
planned unit development.
Is one of them that the PUD cannot cause a decrease in nearby property?
I don't know.
I thought I read that. I'm not sure,
No,
because like I say, I was getting confused.
That's not a requirement in our statute that talks about that. So when the mayor says that it's the most restrictive zoning, what he means by that is that because of the ability for us to impose higher standards, so doing things like putting in walking trails and dog parks and
No,
other
but-
amenities,
so there-
that kind of stuff, that we can only do that with the property owner's permission. Any other type of zoning that we wanted to do, we could rezone your property.
No, well.
After a hearing,
After a
just so
hearing.
you know.
But my question was, so there is no, I'll have to look up, try to get online and try to figure out how to read it. But I thought it specifically said something about the effect it would have on values around it.
No, we don't have any, there may be in other states, but we don't have any requirements that
So as
that
I was
relate to that.
trying to look up the Wisconsin and Greenfield. Okay, so you don't know about that. And then the other thing, I just have a general comment. When we bought our house in 98, we live on 91st, 4345 South 91st. So we're, kind of almost right across the street from it. When we bought our house, the lot on 92nd was zoned R1 or one family. And I don't know, I forget how long we were living in our house. And the zoning was changed then for a two-family, for a townhouse.
I thought R2 is.
So we bought it thinking it was one family. It was changed.
Just smaller.
Now, people, we think we're in the residential area, single family, and now we're putting in more non-single family housing. What is the purpose of having the zoning if you're gonna change it? If you're in good faith, you buy a house, you buy a property, you live there and you think came there because you liked it, but now we're gonna change things. Or what's the purpose of a master plan?
So there's two.
Did you know anything was going on 5 years ago or 10 years ago or,
So do you have the master plan? So every piece of property in the city has two things that are associated with it, okay? There's a comprehensive land use plan, which is mandated by state statute, okay? We have to create a plan every 10 or 15 years to say this is generally what we think the city should look like, okay? Can you look it up for this parcel? The other is zoning, okay? Because this is relating only to zoning, it means that the comprehensive land use plan suggested that this is the kind of development that should be there. There are some times where you have to go to both. When 84 South happened, you had to do both. You had to change the zoning on the entire piece of property, which was to PUD, and you had to change but the comprehensive land use plan talked about parts of it being redeveloped. So this is a future land use plan right here. This is the land use plan, okay? And what does Brown stand for, do you know?
Mixed residential.
Mixed residential. So it doesn't mean it means single family, it means mixed residential. If you look at Brown, where Layton Terrace is on the corner, Layton Terrace is mixed residential. The next parcel over, see where that 10 is right there? Going further west, that next parcel over is also mixed residential.
well, but the question, not the question.
I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
My observation is that I hope you will take the feelings of the residents that are near this proposed development, into consideration. Like in my own case, it was changed right next to me, the lot next to me. And now this is the second time that
Well, it's
the
kind of like,
zoning is changing.
it's like the guy that lives in the condominiums on 92nd and Cold Spring that was talking about water problems. Do you see that? That brown corner up there on this map?
Yeah, no.
Right there? That was single family. Remember that? So is that the gentleman back there? You live there? Yes, sir. So in order for you to live there in that little condo development, they changed it, the zoning, to allow that condo to go in to be mixed residential as opposed to a single family home. Because at the time, the person that owned that piece of property couldn't sell it for a house because it would be way too expensive, and they had to do something. It was the Grosh family, I believe, that redeveloped that from the Grosh food people, right? So if you look at this brown piece, right, which is where the 10 is, where they're talking about doing this. What's the blue again? I forgot what blue.
Institutional, I think.
Institutional. So if you see where the blue is there, that blue is institutional for the fire station. If you look to the blue to the west where the We Energies platform is, that's blue for institutional. The only single-family residential properties that abut this are those that are along Cold Spring, and it looks like there's 5 or 6 or 7 of them, and I think she's one of them.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, we don't count. We've been there the longest, but we don't.
You count.
Oh, not really.
No, you really do count. You all
That
count.
ties in with what I'm saying.
We're not supposed to go back and forth, but the question, I'm trying to answer his I'm sorry. Just trying to answer his question. Do you follow a plan? Yes, we follow a plan. This is the plan we followed. Huh?
Because where's the apartments on that Forte?
I don't know if he's looking at the old map or the old.
No, this is the 2020. This is the recently approved comprehensive land use map.
So the pink is PUD mixed use. PUD mixed use says that you can have a mixture of uses, and in this case, it's the healthcare, it's the housing, it's the restaurants, and it's the retail. That's why pink looks like it does. I'm not sure I can answer that during this public hearing, okay? You can ask me after. I promise to stay, okay? Okay. Huh?
Did we close the public hearing? No.
No.
They have to back in. Right now.
92nd Street is an issue. I completely get.
But with the fire department, the sirens and all the emergency vehicles getting by, there's gonna be a lot more traffic going through. So how are they supposed to, especially at Christmas time, going to the mall? Nobody thinks about the.
We think about trust me, I think about the fire department quite often. No, I wouldn't say that. Honestly, I really wouldn't. I get it, right? I mean.
I live on Layton by the other one and the police department. I get it.
I do get it. I do understand a lot of stuff after doing it for a really, really long time. So. Okay, so that seems like the questions.
You've asked like 6 times and people come up, so I think we're covered.
I know, I'm not going to ask anymore.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
By Alderperson Cassidy to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Second by Alderperson Akers. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. I have to
Just
find.
before we move on, sir, the last gentleman who spoke, what was your name? Thank you.
I have to get my computer went to sleep, so I got to figure it out. Just give me a second. Okay, so item 4A is with regard to approving the ordinance to amend the zoning map.
I will make that motion as presented.
Is there a second? Is there a second? This is approve the ordinance to amend the official zoning map by rezoning the property at 44. Second by Alderperson Collins. Now under discussion.
I have some questions.
Alderperson Akers.
If we don't do this zoning change, are we going to be able to fix the sewer and flooding issues? Because our only other option is what, to go down Coal Spring? And
can't go down- it
And I was
can't-
going to say, we don't have the right of way or anything, do we? Or the amount
It's
we
certainly
need?
going to delay things, right, Jeff?
Yeah, there's elevation issues. It has to do with the lay of the land, how connections are made, our ability to go down. We can't go down Cold Spring. That's why this has never been fixed in all these years.
So one of the issues that was trying to be worked out through the city was to try to get the sewer line to go while they're doing the grading and the roads and the streets and stuff, right? That was one of the issues. Now, just quickly, the council does not have to vote on this if there are unanswered questions with regard to, what's going to happen with 92nd Street and what's going to happen with it. I mean, some of that stuff, right? But by the same token, all of this stuff starts costing everybody, the city taxpayers included, or the sanitary sewer ratepayers included, some serious money when it comes to the sewer. And 92nd Street, and the potential. So 84 South was part of a tax incremental financing district, right? Where you get to use the tax revenues generated by the property. And it's like when you say, we pay 10 grand in taxes, 3 grand of that comes to the city. You know that, right? The other.
Why doesn't the city do the sewers?
Because.
Now you're saying it's gotta come from somewhere else.
No, I'm saying it. My mom always used to say there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? The money's got to come from somewhere, right? It's not coming from raising taxes. I can't raise sewer bills. Your sewer bill, you get a sewer bill every 3 months, right? Can't raise that to pay for it, right? Because these guys don't want to raise those. So you got to figure out how to do it, right? So when you do tax incremental financing, there's the taxes that would have flowed from the property go into the property to improve it. Potentially those TIF dollars can go into 92nd Street as well, even though it's a county road. At least get to Cold Spring, right?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, didn't we do some work with the Myers TIF on Layton Avenue? And that's a county road, and we were allowed to do that. Is that something that we can do on 92nd to make improvements with the TIF dollars that would be generated?
So there's all sorts of issues, because it's, yes, those things are potentially possible. So when Meyer grocery store went in on 60th and Layton, that was a tax incremental financing district. Meyer didn't request any money, okay? The city used the TIF to put the road into the high school because there were traffic concerns. The TIF paid for that. Layton Avenue, which was really falling apart pretty bad, which is a county highway, was fixed with TIF dollars.
So it was 60th, right? 60th.
And 60th, the lighting and some of the stuff on 60th was paid for with that tax incremental financing dollars. The reality is that a development like this that's worth a lot of money, and I'm sorry to just put things in terms of money, because I do understand quality of life, and I get that stuff. But a lot of the stuff that's been plaguing the neighborhood can probably be fixed by this. That's not a joke, because otherwise, paying for the sewer to go from 92nd to 99th is a lot of money. How much is it, Jeff? Do you remember?
It's over $1 million.
Is it like 1.6 million? It's like 1.6.
Yeah, it's $1.5 million.
Okay, and that's not money when I'm looking for dollars for police officers, insurance, and raises. Okay, that's the truth. What will?
You can only sell so many, complexes, and then because you did 84th, you just said you just gained 170 million. It still wasn't enough to balance your budget.
No, it's not. This is the problem that I have, and everybody in government, anybody that says otherwise is lying and is full of shit. The reality is that there's never enough development when I can't even raise the taxes to pay for what I have.
So what I'm trying to get at is that, so you choose last parcel, what's next then? Because that's going to
So if you want to know what's on the horizon in the city, we're looking at trying to do things in South Ridge's north parking lot, which is part of the city of Greenfield, but Greendale has not been very cooperative. In fact, most of the stuff that you see at 84 South, we were contemplating and provided a plan to Greendale to look at, which wasn't really responded to at all. So we did it there because we have to get tax base, but we still have to do something there. Spring Mall is another place that needs to be done desperately. He just got the contract for it, outbidding 7 other people, most of them out-of-state real estate investment trusts, from what I was gathered. 894 in Loomis, where the old stadium interchange is the other place. Then beyond that, there's some infill stuff like Budget Cinema on Highway 100. There's some tired stuff on Highway 100 in certain places. There's some tired stuff on 27th Street. But for the most part, there isn't much more to develop. And that's a problem for every community that can't.
I have a question. Why aren't we looking at those spaces first, the concrete?
We're looking at all of the spaces.
I understand that, but the concrete that is there needs to come up, and that's a big expense, obviously.
Where?
I'm talking about the Budget Cinema, Spring Mall.
Because who do you think does that? Who do you think takes the concrete up?
Like I'm just saying,
Who do you think tears down the old Pick and Save that was under lease from Pick and Save up until a couple of years ago? They were leasing the vacant building because they didn't want competition. Who do you think pays to demolish that? A developer. And it's not by putting it in, it's expensive. There's a power plant in Spring Mall's parking lot that will probably cost about $1 million to extract. Just that. We're in the same problem that we had when you built your houses, truthfully. The worst thing that a city can do, and I'm sorry for pontificating here, the worst, most expensive thing that a city can do, and this will be misquoted and be on Facebook, and I said something wrong, right? Single-family neighborhoods are incredibly expensive for cities and not worth it. Because instead of having 300 people on 2 or 3 blocks, right, you have 15. And the amount of tax dollars that they're paying compared to something like that, it's not even close. The biggest drain on city services and the costs, snow plowing, I don't even have to snow plow him. But if I miss Botsford or 91st Street, I can assure you that I'm getting a call at 6 a.m. And that has happened a few times, not Botsford, right? Huh? So so low income stuff, sometimes people talk about low income, and I understand the comments, right? Lower income tends to translate into maybe more problems, and I'll probably get griped on about that. But generally speaking, people that have more money sometimes get in more trouble because they have to make it, right? People that are paying $3,000 a month for an apartment don't usually get a lot of police calls. I'm just saying. And I just want you to know, too, with this whole apartment, don't do the apartment thing, I'm in a battle with some folks that are sitting up here over apartments somewhere else in the city. Okay? Where I'm against them. But against the freeway, if I can get someone to, just me, I don't vote on it, I'll bring it to them. They don't like it, they don't have to vote for it. But next to the freeway, essentially isolated except for the 8 houses on Cold Spring, or 9 or 10 or whatever it is, sorry, I'm sorry. This is $75 million worth of stuff. And I'm not gonna get houses that are $75 million worth of houses there. And this is the one shot we have to do it right and do it with quality. They don't have to do it. They don't have to do anything. But if we all think that, well, if we don't do anything, then it'll just magically get better, it ain't. That's my own opinion. I can't, I'm sorry, they're gonna start yelling at me because I talk too much and I'm losing my voice, so I apologize. If anybody has questions afterwards, I'm sorry. Motion was made and seconded.
Okay, we're under discussion.
Under your discussion, and I won't say anything.
What I'm saying is, I know that the sanitary sewer has to be dealt with, and I think we have a staff, engineering staff, that maybe can somehow, in the near future, it might take 3 or 4 years, but there's other options that the city might pursue, including borrowing money for that sewer, sanitary sewer, from 92nd Street West. What I'm saying is that this is such a massive development. Even though the density numbers, I see that they're okay, but it's such a massive development. It's going to have such an effect on my neighborhood, because I live in the area, that I have to vote against it. And I think that to hold us hostage, you know, on a sewer improvement, that's going to have to be done sooner or later. I figure the city may be able to figure out a way to get that done without this development.
How many flood seasons do you want to wait?
Well, so the way that works, I mean, just so everyone understands about how this stuff works, how that works is there's eminent domain, okay? Where the city goes in and says, I want a 60-foot right-of-way or easement from this spot all the way back over there. So the $1.5 million of actually installing the pipe, right, and doing all the stuff that we were supposed to do, half of that was being paid for by the developer. So it wasn't really 1.5 million coming out of our pocket, it was a whole bunch of money coming out of their pocket. And we were getting the easement for free, and it was underneath and all of that other stuff.
So the city was still paying for half of that improvement?
Well, we ain't anymore. We'll be paying for all of it, and we'll be paying for the easement and the right of way.
Talk forever on that sanitary sewers, you know, and Something had to be done, especially for the 84th Street to 92nd Street area. And I was told that the pipe wasn't large enough, that we had to.
It's not large enough, that's the whole, I
Because
don't know,
that-
Andrew,
when it
can you
was
pull
put in
that up?
years
Or
ago-
somebody got a drawing of it?
The pipe wasn't large
You
enough,
get
and we
into
had to
this-
increase the pipe, size of the pipe to handle.
We have to be able to drain the neighborhood that's east of 92nd Street, and believe it or not, all the way up to Plainfield.
We spent a ton of money on preliminary engineering on this, haven't we?
I've seen I thought it was gonna happen regardless of whether we approve this.
So we did a study, we did a feasibility study, and
Excuse me, you can't do that, okay? You have to be quiet. If you want to talk, you can talk outside, but you can't do that in here right now, okay? I'm sorry for yelling, but, thank you.
So we did a feasibility study to figure out what needs to happen to resolve our flooding problem, our basement backup problems. We did that. And then the developer that was looking at this parcel prior was doing a design we did not pay for. We did not pay for design to this point.
Right, because I remember seeing those, drawings and
Right.
talking about that
Yep.
project.
And it was gonna be a,
It's gonna help that, but there's gotta be another way. We were talking about other ways before we knew that the developer was gonna come in and try to develop that property.
Actually, we weren't talking about other ways because we had absolutely no way to get through.
True
Bought
statement.
that house over on 99th Street,
That was part of the whole project.
But that was part of the whole project, Bruce.
of this project.
The
It was part
prior
of this
one.
project that the previous developer was gonna pay for a whole bunch of it, was gonna give us the easements and the right-of-ways. It's gonna be under his private streets.
The other developer.
Yes.
yeah.
That, before him, and then he got sick.
What is that?
That would be our alarm,
Oh, because
They're coming now?
someone left.
because we never have meetings till 11 o'clock at night anymore, 'cause I have to,
I can go turn
can
it
you?
on.
Police will be here soon, rest assured, so. Okay, so the motion's been made and seconded, let's just wait until that's,
Yeah, I've
Well,
said my
let's
piece,
not
and I
wait.
think we should hold off on any decision tonight.
Maybe we should continue. This might go on for,
Yeah.
wow.
can you reset that or not?
She's calling this back. Jennifer's calling this back.
Okay,
I think it's the alarm system.
Yeah.
yeah,
Sure that set it off.
which I haven't done.
I don't know it.
I've been here.
I mean,
I don't have the code.
I know what Roger told me it was, well,
Want to go try it?
theoretically it was, but.
Jennifer.
Jennifer knows it.
All
Jennifer knows
right.
it.
I was told once, I don't remember.
I have an email.
Yeah, I have,
I know what it is, or at least.
I know, I have it in my
Okay.
bag.
All right, so we're back. Motion was made and seconded.
Right.
Under further discussion.
I made the motion, so obviously
and I
you know where I stand. I think this is good for the community in the long-term interest of our city. We have limited amount of space and we gotta capitalize and build what we can of good quality and good. Actually, the most exciting thing about this whole project, I think it'll be our first, open schools project. It's half Whitnall and half Greenfield.
Is it split?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
It's,
It's all Wetlands on this side of
Is it?
92nd. It's all Whitnall.
I don't know.
I was told differently.
The thing is, I think too, with the money.
I got a map in
think
my
we'll
office
be
I can
able
look.
to fix, do some fixing to 92nd Street.
I'm looking forward to that, get that bridge
Yeah,
crossing,
I
get the
mean,
safety on the
we need to
92nd.
fix it now.
We can use some of the TIF money. I think this is the good time to make,
And
I'd like to see it connect all the way down to the, I don't like the name, we're gonna have to change the name. The Power Line Trail, I'd rather call it the Green Space Trail, but
You can't change it.
I can't change it? Damn. Anyhow, get 92nd Street connected to that trail.
I think,
That would be ideal addition to this entire project. And for the safety of the residents.
And I just like to say it's too massive for that area, and it's just not a good fit for that area.
Show the picture, I don't think it's massive.
It really isn't. It could be considerably worse.
No, there's a lot of green space
That
in
is a
there.
massive development.
It could be extremely worse.
Yeah.
Well, Piccadilly was, I don't know whoever approved that years ago, but that was, when I was a police officer, we'd go to Piccadilly all the time. Not enough parking,
need to wait
shoddy.
Is that when all the police officers lived there?
Walls, the walls were thin, a lot of problems there.
We be talking without Jennifer here?
Recorded.
Okay, that's right. I just thought of that, all right.
The site itself is still subject, would be subject to almost a ton of site and landscaping review and the buildings and all
Yeah.
that.
It's a good start.
And
All right.
it's with somebody that has a proven track.
Is there any
record.
further discussion? I gotta wait for Jennifer. I don't know how to do that.
Right.
Do you know how to do it?
All right.
All right, Brian.
So are we calling the roll is
Yes.
where we're at? All right, so Alderwoman Collins,
Aye. Oops.
Alderman
Aye.
Bailey,
No, it's too massive, and we have enough apartments in our
No.
city.
Alderman Kastner,
Aye.
Alderwoman Akers,
Aye.
and Alderwoman Sarian.
Aye.
Motion passes. I don't know if I need to. I don't know where the next, how I go to the next screen. That I don't know. Let's see, can
I don't know how to do it.
I scroll down?
Apologize for the delay. Okay.
There you go. Yeah, okay.
Technology.
I need Jennifer back here.
This is over.
We do need Jennifer.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're,
Yeah, we're ready.
so you ready to
We can,
type in stuff if you need to?
Surely just left.
Okay, under J1A, mayor appointments, I don't have any this
we have-
evening.
we have another
Mr.
vote.
Mayor, are we not going to do
Wait,
a
I
public
gotta
hearing?
do the
five?
other public. Item 5 is a public hearing on an ordinance to amend the official Greenfield zoning map by rezoning the property at 2755 through 2775 West Ramsey from C1 neighborhood commercial to C3 highway and commercial service business district submitted by Ali Alash. Is that you? Kind of wish yours was before this, huh? You thinking? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this parcel, this is the Holy Land Grocery and Deli location on 27th and Ramsey. It's currently zoned C1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The applicant, there's a vacant tenant space in the building. The applicant wishes to rent that vacant space out to a potential restaurant user. Restaurant users are not allowed in the C1 zoning district.
Can you wait until they leave, because I can't hear you?
Okay.
So there's a vacant tenant space in the existing Holy Land multi-tenant commercial building. The applicant wishes to lease that space out to a potential restaurant user. Restaurant users are not allowed in the C1 zoning district. They are allowed in the C3. The neighboring properties along 27th Street are zoned C3. So the request is to upzone it to C3. Any potential future restaurant user would still need to go through the special use approval process, so that would require a public hearing down the line. This request is just to upzone the parcel to allow that possibility of having a restaurant user in the building. The comprehensive land use map identifies it, this parcel as planned business, which would support a C3 zoning district. Plan Commission recommended approval at the June 14th hearing, and no letters of objection have been received.
Is there anyone that would like to speak for, against, or for informational purposes concerning this item? Is there anyone that would like to speak for, against, or for informational purposes concerning this item? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing?
I'll second.
Second by Alderperson Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
Does the council wish to take any action?
I move for approval.
Motion by Alderperson Sarian to
I will second.
approve adoption of the ordinance amending the code. Second by Collins. Could you call?
Alderperson Collins?
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey?
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner?
Aye.
Alderperson Akers?
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian?
Aye.
J, old business. I don't have any, right? Right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I don't have any appointments this evening. New business, the claim K1, claim received from Cassandra Saints.
Was referred to the city's insurance company.
Okay, trying to go K2, approve applications for 2022-23 operator license. Entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
I will second.
Akers, second by Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, motion carries.
Excuse me, Alderman Bailey is not present. For
Oh,
the
yeah,
moment.
where is he?
Where is he?
He took a break.
You can't do that.
Well, he did.
Go get him.
He
Hey,
answered his
go get
phone.
him.
Who's the sergeant of arms?
Did you want to say something?
It's still gonna, you're gonna still
Majority.
pass even without him, but you can't just walk out of a meeting.
He voted for that. He just hasn't voted for the license.
He voted for that one. He just.
He did vote for this item. Probably
Huh?
I don't know.
He voted for this one?
Not
No,
Kate.
he
Voted
voted
for
the-
public hearing 5.
No, we owe
He didn't vote for it, or he did?
He
did.
did.
He did vote for that.
What about these licenses?
after 3
Okay,
hours.
This is
so
the first vote he's gonna miss.
Alderperson Bailey is absent now. The vote is
We
four
have
to,
enough
4 to
people.
nothing.
He mentioned he had a reason to,
Okay, I
After
didn't
3
hear it.
hours, we older people have to,
and he will be back
So it passed
shortly.
4 to nothing. 4 nothing. Alderperson Bailey is excused.
All right.
So the operator license is passed for nothing. So,
No, we need to vote.
I don't
Wait,
think we
wait,
voted.
wait, we did. We voted on it. Because we
Aye,
said,
if we did.
yeah, we did.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4 to nothing. Alderperson Bailey is briefly excused. Sorry.
Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
thank you.
They have to send someone.
We're lonely.
took a while.
Let Tim know too.
Yeah, it did.
You mean he just arrived?
But you can't, no,
I think they might have been
they
talking.
were
There's a
outside
ton of
watching. They'll
out
go
there.
around and do all sorts of stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna, let's move on to this Class B fermented beer license
All right,
for
number 3.
Caliber's Restaurant. So what happened there? It passed, right? With-
Yeah, it did.
With a
Not
closing
just
time of
with the
11. I'd
adjusted
entertain a
hours.
motion to approve
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second.
by Kastner, second by Collins.
That motion is with
Subject to this-
ours, consistent with that. that was
Consistent.
That is
Right.
exactly how my motion should read.
Consistent-
Yes, and
Consistent with
that's
the
how I want
hours.
to second it.
So with the
The special use hours, right? So make sure that's,
Yes. Which is.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. This is the Calabrese, Alderperson Bailey voted in the affirmative as well. I thought I heard.
Yep.
Item 4, he's back. He missed that one vote. 4, approve combination Class B fermented beer, malt beverage, and liquor license for TMS Catering at the old Carl's Catering.
Yep.
Are they still, I thought
Yeah.
I thought that didn't happen.
fell through and now they're just.
Why?
they're still getting the
There's no
license.
real
They still want the
renovations.
license, I
There's just
think.
liquor, because they're not really doing anything. But they
Okay,
are gonna do some
They have to.
improvements.
What happens if they don't?
great.
becomes
I love them.
Someone's gotta have it.
Okay, so they're trying to keep the license.
Okay.
Because they would lose it. So
All
they're
right.
keeping the license. Okay, which is fine.
I'll make a motion to approve.
By Collins, second by
Second.
Akers, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 5 is change the entertainment.
No,
Why would they need an
Approve.
entertainment
approve
license?
the entertainment.
Amusement.
Why would they need an entertainment license?
No, it's
Sure,
approve
we said-
amusement licenses.
There must be a list of them that's not part of that,
A2.
Carl's.
Catering, A2.
No, up above, number
Carl's
5.
has a new owner.
5.
No, it doesn't.
That's an
What
odd
do they
one
do?
because you're right. That's odd because Lisa did that one.
Oh.
because
This is an entertainment
whatever opening,
license.
it's not like you lose an entertainment
I would
license.
ask that item be placed on the next agenda because they're not opening. No, the entity that purchased the catering fell
Yeah.
through,
Okay.
as I understand it, so there would be no need for an entertainment license because they're not open.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think they need it. I'll ask
sorry?
her
And
about that.
they don't go away. They can ask for that anytime.
That doesn't go away, the liquor license would go away. So-
right.
or
Okay.
Alcohol license. 6,
Okay.
approve applications for amusement licenses to expire on July 31st, 2023. Entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
By Akers, or second?
I'll second.
By Collins, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 7, approve a temporary Class B beer and Class B wine retailer's license from the Greenfield Professional Firefighters Benevolence and Charities.
I will make a
For hosting the
motion.
charity event on September 17th. Make a motion to approve.
I will make a motion
By
to
Collins, is
approve.
there a second?
Second.
Second by Akers, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. I'm apologizing ahead of time for not calling you alderperson each time,
Ooh,
just using your last names.
That's fine.
Doesn't matter.
It's actually violating the rules. Did you know that?
No.
Just do it.
50 lashes with a wet noodle.
Yep.
All
I don't think
Approve a
swearing's up
second
there
driveway
either.
for access of a proposed garage. At the
swearing
time a
against
building
the-
permit for the garage is issued at 4966 South 28th Street. Entertain a motion to approve.
I will make a motion to
By
approve.
Collins, is
Great
second.
idea.
Mr. Bailey,
Understand.
second by Bailey, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 9, approve plan unit development site plan amendment for a sunroom addition to a condominium in the Clayton Class Terrace development.
Motion for approval.
By Alderperson Kastner, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Akers, could you call, because it's an amendment?
Alderperson Collins?
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey?
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner?
Aye.
Alderperson Akers?
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian?
Aye.
10, authorize the mayor to execute any and all documentation deemed necessary by the DOT, the city attorney, or a title insurer, or its counsel ensuring the transactions for conveyance of land and/or right-of-way to and from the state of Wisconsin DOT, Cobalt Loomis LLC, and/or Milwaukee County in the vicinity of West Loomis Road and eastbound I-894 on-ramp within the 4300 block of West Loomis Road to facilitate the reconfiguration of State Highway 36, the I-894 on-ramp, and the development of a medical office building at Loomis Crossing. So you'll recall a month or two ago, we did this thing where we got a dedication from the county and then the CSM and.
Motion for approval.
I will
I need
second.
to do this because we've been in contact with the council for the Wisconsin DOT, Cobalt, somebody else. I don't even remember who else the other ones were. So we have to do this, right, Brian?
Yep.
Motion by
Kastner.
second by Collins. Would you please call?
Alderperson Collins?
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey?
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner?
Aye.
Alderperson Akers?
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian?
Aye.
11 is approve an outdoor special event application for Classic Lanes of Greenfield Fest to be located at 5404 West Layton for August 19th through the 21st. Application includes the following combination licenses, permits, outdoor special event, extension of premises, food, and commercial building, electrical, and plumbing.
I'll make a motion to approve.
By
Second.
Collins, second by Akers, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 12, approve a contract with CW Prepara for the project number 2005 Honey Creek Stream Restoration. Cats, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
By Alderperson
Second.
Akers, second by Alderperson Collins. Would you please call?
Alderperson Collins?
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey?
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner?
Aye.
Thank you all. That is going to make
Not
it.
done yet.
That is actually a,
Didn't finish yet.
Alderperson Akers?
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian?
Okay. Now you can say it.
It doesn't matter anymore. I
Yeah.
forgot.
It's going to be a big
that was
deal.
a big-
It's going to be
It's
awesome.
a big deal.
It's
Yeah.
gonna be awesome.
big deal. We can
Thank
talk
you.
about it
I
for
want to
hours.
just personally,
Yeah, it doesn't
on the
matter
record, I want to
anymore.
thank Mr. Jeffrey Katz for the work that he's done to
Yes.
secure
Yeah.
a lot of grant dollars.
Yes.
To get this
Thank you.
historical water flooding.
55% grant and other funding.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Okay. Item 14, approve a contract with Munson for DPW yard improvements.
No, you missed 13.
13.
Oh, did I
13.
miss that? I'm sorry. Approve fund transfers between engineering division, capital improvement accounts. Entertain a motion to approve those.
Motion to approve.
And I will second.
By Akers, second by Collins. Would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
14, approve a contract with Munson for DPW yard improvements. Entertain
I'll
motion
make
to
a
approve.
motion to approve.
Second.
Collins, Akers, would you please call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
14, 15, and 16 I'll take together. Approve the schedules of disbursements and mileage reimbursements.
Did 14 already.
No, just 15 and 16, I'm sorry. Make a motion to approve 15 and 16.
I move for approval.
By Alderperson Sarian. Is there a second?
Second.
By Collins. Would you call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey.
Bailey.
Aye.
Alderperson Kastner.
Aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Item 17, do we need to go in closed session to do this one?
Yeah.
Only if the council feels that they need or want to discuss something beyond the recommendation.
And your recommendation is?
Recommendation is to participate in the settlement, but object to the scope of the release that is being requested.
Which is the right thing to do? This is the opioid settlement?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where they're all
Oh,
playing?
yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah.
no, this is the,
Why don't we
this is
just
that
go
Oh,
class
no,
action.
this is a really dumb one. This is like, we're not gonna get anything anyways.
No, we'll get $17,000, which is,
But considering.
right.
Do you want to go into closed session to discuss it?
No.
So what is the Monsanto lawsuit generally?
Sure. It basically was Monsanto is the sole manufacturer, effectively, of PCB materials that were prevalent in the early part of the 1900s through about 1970. They were banned in 1970 by the EPA. There are 11 big cities, Portland, Boston, Los Angeles, that all sued them for cleanup costs related to dredging rivers, that kind of stuff. They ended up certifying that as a class, so everybody in America who has an MS4 permit is a member of that class. By virtue of the nature of our MS4 permit and the nature of the contamination within the community, we are within the lowest class of settlement groups, together with about 2,400 other communities throughout the country that are in what they call the monitoring fund, which gets us about $17,000 for release of claims related to PCBs. And the objection that we would recommend is based primarily on the fact that it's pretty broad. It goes well beyond the MS4 related stuff, but would include any claim that we would have for PCBs, which is perhaps not an equal bargain at the end of the day.
What is MS4?
The municipal storm sewer system, basically our stormwater permit.
Oh, okay.
I forget what the acronym is.
It's from the DNR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
There isn't any evidence of PCBs in Greenfield in our,
But we're going to take the money.
I'd like to,
So our motion is to accept the
Settlement.
settlement.
but not the scope to include the any and all, because it's very broadly defined.
Understood. That would open us up.
Entertain a motion
I'd make that motion to,
by Kastner, second by
Second.
Akers. Would you call?
Alderperson Collins.
Aye.
Alderperson Bailey. Alderperson Kastner.
aye.
Alderperson Akers.
Aye.
Alderperson Sarian.
Aye.
Okay, 19 is potential securitization of settlement funds from the distributed in the opioid litigation.
Sure. So very quickly, this is the stupid one that you were talking about.
I'm sorry, that's the one I was looking at.
No, that's all right. Effectively, you recall that we settled we didn't really settle. The state forced a settlement on us for the opioid litigation that we were a part of. That settlement gives us dollars over the course of the next 18 years or so. A number of the counties that were involved in that settlement across the state sought a method to get those funds up front. So they worked through this company to arrange a potential securitization agreement, basically gives us the money up front. We give up a portion of our total recovery as part of that. At this point, all they're looking for is just whether or not we're in agreement to just kind of continue the discussions to get there so they can finalize numbers. There will be a final document that will require approval once that's done if we decide that we want to participate. My recommendation is it's always better to have the money up front than to have it down the road. So we should continue to explore that. So that would be the motion to authorize the city attorney to communicate our willingness to continue to be part of those discussions.
I strongly support.
I make that motion.
And I will second.
By Kastner, second
Slightly
by Collins.
support.
Does that doesn't require a vote, does it?
Just a voice vote's fine.
All in
That's
favor?
fine.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Items for future agenda.
I do have something, but I'll talk to you guys later about it.
Me?
City attorney.
Sorry, I wasn't. Item M, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I will second.
By Collins. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
30.
At 11:30. Right.
Woo-hoo.
Oh, we made it before midnight.
All right, so did you